Okay. Good evening and welcome to the June 7th Newark Unified School District Board of Education meeting. I call the meeting to order at 6:06 p.m. We are holding in-person board meetings at our district boardroom and are following the state's and Alameda County safety guidelines for public gathering. Please refrain from attending in-person meetings if you have COVID-related symptoms. If you are not able to attend the meeting in person, you may observe the meeting via the NUSD YouTube channel live transmission on Comcast channel 26, and their Spanish translation is available via Zoom. In regards to public comment, the public will have the opportunity to address the board regarding non-agendized matters and agendized items with a live audio-only comment via Zoom with advance notice requested by email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, a written comment by submitting a speaking card via email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, or live in-person comments by submitting a speaker card to the executive assistant. Roll call, please, Ms. Ricketts.
Member Zhang?
Here.
Member Marquez?
Here.
Member Hill?
Here.
Member Grindell is absent. President Nguyen?
Here.
All right, all present except for Member Grindell, who's absent.
Thank you. Okay, on to item. Also, wanted to remind everyone, and I'll also do it when we come back from open session, that the mask mandate is back in full swing. So if we're indoors, we must abide by the county and the school district's policy. Thank you. Okay, on to item 2.1, approval of the agenda. May
I move to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Member Zhang. May I get a second?
I second.
Thank you, Member Hill. Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Hill. How do you vote, Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. 4 ayes, and Member Grindell is absent. Thank you. Okay, on to closed session items. In closed session, we will be discussing item 3.2, public employee discipline dismissal release. 3.3, conference with labor negotiators with NTA and CSEA. And 3.4, conference with labor negotiators, NUMA. 3.5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. And 3.6, student expulsion. We will now recess to closed session. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. And we are back from closed session. There is nothing to report out from closed session. On to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. Please begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. On to item 6.1, student report. Is there a student report from Newark Junior High tonight? And I think that was a mistake, right?
Good evening, President. First, I'd just like to say welcome to everyone, community and staff and board members, and also an appreciation. Miss Jessica Ricketts is with us tonight on the turnstiles over there. So thank you very much for her for stepping in while Miss Gutierrez is out. And Miss Ricketts, do we have any student reports?
No.
Okay.
Great, thank you so much. On to item 7.1, staff spotlight. Dr. Triplett.
Thank you. So we are delighted to be celebrating some of our teachers this evening that we wanted to just highlight as we wrap up the year. And these are some of our amazing high school teachers. So if you could move forward. First, wanted to give a big shout out to Mr. Goldsmith. He's a math and computer science teacher. He has also been instrumental in the development of the STAR Academy plan, Science, Technology, Aerospace, and Robotics Academy, and has been doing amazing work with our students in computer science, AP Computer Science, both P and A. And he will be with us for the next board meeting, actually, to talk and present on the STAR Academy, but wanted to take the opportunity to really celebrate and shout out to him. Some of the board members went to the coding showcase of the computer science classes in the new STAR Academy, and really an amazing event. We had different partners. Lucid Motors was there, as well as some other folks, and it was really outstanding showcase of students displaying their work, and just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Goldsmith for his role in that and all of the amazing things he's done with our students. I also wanted to give a shout out to a group of teachers that are part of our Media and Communications Academy, and so we'll go through all of them together. But this is a team that is really an amazing group of educators that lead the academy. In particular, Miss Young is the director, also the English teacher for the MCA Academy. I had the good fortune to observe some of their showcases. They did a silent movie night where the students showed their films that they've created, as well as some other celebrations at the end of the year. And so just really wanted to highlight the work of this academy and these teachers in supporting our students to really excel in media and communications. So we have Miss Young, who's the MCA director and English teacher. We have Mr. Ingham, who's the media teacher at 10th, 11th, and 12th grades. We have Miss Robinette, who is the commercial arts teacher. We have Miss Lee, who is the media teacher for 11th and 12th grades. We have Mr. Tyson, who is the government and economics teacher, and obviously a big hockey fan. And we have Miss Silva, chemistry teacher. Was able to spend some time with her today at our ILT Recharge. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Crosby also was at the ILT Recharge. I'll talk a little bit more about later today. He is a world history teacher and also instrumental in all of our athletic swim programs at Newark Memorial. And I believe that, oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Ortiz. And also Miss Ortiz, U.S. history teacher at the Media and Communications Academy. So please join me in just giving all of them a big round of applause and appreciation.
Okay, on to item 8.1, employee organizations. Do we have any representatives here tonight? Ms. Ricketts?
No. No.
Okay, thank you. On to 9.1, public comment. Our first speaker, Ms. Elisa Martinez. Welcome.
Hello, good evening, Board and Superintendent and the Executive Cabinet. So nice to be here. My name is Elisa Martinez. I have 2 kids in the district, a now junior that's sitting here with us, and my son going into 8th grade. So just really excited about that. And I'm here to just really thank you for everything that you do for not only my kids, for the kids here in Newark. I'm just so happy and just feel very fortunate that we have people like you really working to make a difference in the education for our kids. We know things aren't perfect, but the more we work together and really take the focus away from our differences and really focus on why we're here, and that at the end of the day, that if we really keep the conversation around what we really need to do for our kids, really understanding what it is that they need, it's really going to take some of the distraction away from just some of the negativity that seems to permeate a lot of our conversation these days. So it's been a tough year. I really, really, really want to thank you on behalf of me and my family and myself for everything that you do. Thank you. Have a great summer break.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Our next speaker is Nicole Eisant. Welcome.
Hi. I'll wait for the clock to go, just to be fair. Great. So thank you for letting me speak. Hello, my name is Nicole Eisant. I am a longtime Newark resident, and I also have a child at the junior high. Also want to echo Elisa's sentiments. Thank you to the folks here in this room for just really making the first official year back pretty special. My daughter is a 7th grader. She missed out on some of the things last year, like the Great America field trip, real graduation and all those kinds of things, but at least at the junior high, they did have a spring fling and some other kinds of activities, so I appreciate that. And I think it was, I forget his last name, Ariel, who was over there a lot, doing a lot of stuff on the staff, I guess, and that was really nice, because every time I went to do something volunteer-wise, I also saw him on the campus, very visible and present, so that was reassuring for parents. So I just want to direct my comments to the board members on this side of the room. It was embarrassing to watch last week's meeting, and I watched pretty much all of them. I used to come in person a lot, and then after the pandemic, I just pretty much watched them online. But I think your responsibility here is to improve the kids' education and put in place a long-term strategic goal. I don't think your job is to micromanage what people are doing. I don't think your job is to, get into the details of who bought cookies or whatever. I think that's out of scope for your role, and I don't think that's why you were elected or appointed. So I'd like to remind you to please be bigger and better people and don't get stuck in the minutia. It doesn't do anyone any favors. If you do want to be involved in the minutia, the job is called the superintendent, and I think you can apply for that job. And if you're not qualified for that job, then I suggest that you let the people that are qualified do that job. Last week, there was some crazy stuff about conspiracy theories and other things, and it's just frankly embarrassing, because how can you attract parents to put their kids in the school when we have board members acting like toddlers and having temper tantrums? I understand we have some adults up there on the board, and I appreciate you keeping the calm and keeping us on track, but please, if you are a board member focused on yourself, only serving your self-interest and using this as a platform or a soapbox for a personal agenda, please step down and let people who are truly interested in doing the work for our kids do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay. Are there any public comments online, Ms. Ricketts?
No.
Thank you. Okay, on to item 10.1, Sunshine Proposal Reopener for Newark Teachers Association NTA contract. This is a public hearing. So with that, the public hearing is open. There are no comments, so public hearing is closed. And then on item 10.2, public hearing is open. Public hearing on the 2022-23 proposed budget is open. There's no comment on public hearing. So public hearing 10.2 for the 22-23 proposed budget is closed. We do have a public comment on item 10.3. I will open the public hearing on the 22-23 local control and accountability plan. Ms. Nicole Eisant.
I think there was 2 agenda items. One is public hearing, and the other one is a new agenda item. I wasn't sure what's appropriate, so I'll just talk now if you want
That's
to
fine.
start the timer. Great. So I just wanted to say thank you to Abby Cairns, who was the director for the LCAP parent group this time. I think the meetings were well run, well organized, agenda materials were shared ahead of time, and pretty much any requests for information were dealt with in a timely fashion. And all of the like when people showed up, and again, I want to make that my final point, when people showed up, and we had a quorum, we were able to do business. When people didn't show up, we had to kind of stop. So I appreciate that Abby worked with us and just showed up every time, even though maybe some of the people on this committee actually didn't do it. So just want to make it super clear for anyone in the audience or listening at home. It was a straight, well-run, above-board committee. It had representation from staff, from parents, from all the schools. And again, materials were provided on time. We were well informed. We were called. We were made aware of everything. And we were provided with the draft LCAP for us to look at and go through with a fine-tooth comb. So I support the way it was carried out this year. I think it was done better this year than in the previous year. I think it was 2 years ago because of COVID. So I just want to express appreciation for the leadership of Abby's direction on that committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Nicole Eisant. Okay, on to 11.1 Superintendent Report. Dr. Triplett.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is the Superintendent Report for this evening, June 7th. Go ahead, Ms. Ricketts. First of all, just wanted to lift up and celebrate that this is Pride Month. We have, based on the resolution from last year, we are flying the Pride flags on at all of our schools and facilities, and just want to keep that in mind as we move through this month. Next slide. Also want to just celebrate and herald all of our graduates and all of our students who were promoted. We had some wonderful ceremonies last week, and I had the good fortune of going to almost every single promotion ceremony in the elementary, and went to the junior high as well as our 2 high schools, and really, really tremendous. And also just wanted to appreciate board members who were there and were able to honor our graduates. So your attendance much appreciated. Next slide, please. I wanted to give a COVID-19 update. Next slide. So these are the numbers from last week, and as you can see, and no doubt have witnessed in the news and in your personal lives, that there has been a significant increase in cases throughout the Bay Area and California and even the country. And last week, we did have 71 cases, I believe, and for students, as well as 9 staff cases. And so, sorry, that's just for the week of May 23rd through 29th. Last week, we only had 2 days of school, so those numbers are, we're still making sure we have all of those cases in before we report those out. So based on this, and I think the surge that has happened in the area, the Alameda County Public Health did declare a mask mandate effective Friday. And all transparency, we were not aware of that was going to happen until we heard about it Thursday night, but we did act swiftly to enact the mask mandate. And so we are back with masks in all of our facilities and for summer school. Next slide. And so this, you've probably seen this. This was the health order from the county requiring face coverings in all workplaces and indoor public settings. They did make an exception for schools to conclude the 21-22 school year, but we had already concluded the year at that point. Wednesday was our last day of school, and so that part we weren't impacted by in any way. Next slide. And this is just some of the language articulating that the masks will be and are being required for summer school now and in all of our facilities. Next slide. Wanted to just share with the board and the public, we had the last 2 days and will continue tomorrow. We've been doing what we call a recharge, similar to a retreat, but we don't retreat here in Newark Unified. We only move forward. So we've been charging our proverbial batteries at the end of a really rewarding but challenging year. And so principals met as a group on Monday and had a chance to reflect on the year and plan for the upcoming year. And then likewise, we have instructional leadership teams made up of teachers volunteering to participate as teacher leaders who are working with the principals, and we met with them today and will again tomorrow to continue to reflect on the year and think about the implications for this upcoming school year. And then lastly, mentioned summer school briefly. So we did start summer school this week. We're really happy to be kicking that off. We've seen significant attendance and participation. We have an elementary program at Lincoln. We have the extended school year program for special education at Music, and including our preschool. And then we have the high school credit recovery program going on at Memorial. So that will continue through July 1st. And that is the superintendent's report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Sure, that's fine. We had a parent that joined late and asked if we could go back to public comment. Ms. Maria Garcia, would you like to come up and make your statement? Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Garcia. I'm a mom to a beautiful family. I'm a part of the Newark district. My children, they got 1st, 8th, and 10th grade. I'm honestly worried with my children's safety. I threat was made by the student in the Newark Junior High. They have a gun, and they want to kill everybody. So they mentioned to the office, and they should say it's just a comment. But I feel we care about little comments, we can save a lot of lives from the kids. So I went to the police station, I make the report. When the principal here, I make the report, right away they call me. And they say everything is clear. But now honestly, I'm not feel safety for my kids to still keep in the school. So one more thing, I kind of worry. That happened, I think, a couple months ago. One of the teachers had a student too. They say the student is still teaching them, and the student was expulsed. I mean, we need to teach the kids or the adults. So the kids are going to learn in the school. And now the adults, they need to have a teacher too, to teach them the right thing. So, And for my opinion, I think we need to be playing the role like a parents, not only the district employees. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Okay, on to item 12.1, California State UPAC, Universal, sorry, UPK, Universal Pre-Kindergarten. Dr. Triplett?
Okay, thank you. So this is a staff report on the plan for universal pre-K, which the state has rolled out this year, for the upcoming school year, excuse me. And Ms. Abby Kierans, I believe, is going to be here with, and Ms. Pierce to present on this.
Thank you. For this, we're gonna co-facilitate along with our LCAP presentation, but, but Ms. Kierans, please step up and feel free to add anything I may have missed.
Okay.
So we've been talking about our transitional kindergartners for some time, but there is a new statewide effort to offer universal pre-kindergarten, and part of that comes with funding. This is an overall introduction. Is there anything you'd like to add, Ms. Kierans?
I think it's just important to note that the universal pre-K component of this, we should really think about it as primarily TK is actually the real requirement within this, even though the title emphasizes pre-K. The state is only requiring TK. We'll get more into that, but I think the title is a little deceiving.
Yeah, and the idea there is that they really want to see us partner with programs, which Newark already does, programs like Qatar. And so we will continue to strengthen those partnerships as well as open and expand our eligibility for TK. So you see here various programs that are part of this program, whether it be universal meals, again, partnerships with programs like Qatar, and then expanding our TK program. Again, the importance of early learning. This is a big part of the state initiative that if we engage in this early learning, our students will do better. It's pretty self-explanatory. And so again, whether it's data around 90% of the brain growing and developing before kindergarten, or anything else, we know that the more we support our students in the early learning, the better they'll do later on. So there is some background to this that started back in 2010 with the Kindergarten Readiness Act. And then we start to see a little bit more sort of ramping up during and around our COVID time that we were out for distance learning. So that's when we started looking at pushing back the TK timeline for when students are eligible, as well as some other initiatives. Anything you'd like to add? Again, UPK alignment includes things like TK, which is what we're going to focus on, but it also includes our partners such as Qatar. It does involve some funding resources. We've talked a lot about ELOP and how we're now able to use that funding to expand our after-school programming. That also includes our TK students. In terms of the ELOP timeline, for 2021, that's when we started looking at things like AB 130, and I know you guys have heard me speak on some of these sort of ad nauseum, so I won't go too much into detail, but we just wanted to sort of provide a little bit of an overview as to what some of this funding looks like. And as we go into next year, that's really where we're kind of moving into the implementation. So you've heard a lot of us planning and sort of ramping up to this moment. Next year is when we start to implement these funds. Actually, we start this summer in all actuality. Again, sort of more timelines. So as of next year, we will move the birthday back to February 2nd. This year, the timeline for TK was between September 2nd and December 2nd. Next year, it will be February. The year after, in 23-24, it will be April. And then by 24-25, really the entire year, our TK students will be in TK. The ratios for staffing and hours You can do a full-day TK program, and here in Newark, we do a half-day program. The ratios are, the adult to teacher ratio is, the adult to student ratio is 1 to 12, with at least one teacher being in the room and then one additional adult. To apply for the Early Childhood Workforce Grant, we're hoping that this grant will help us support our teachers in achieving these requirements over time so that they're not left to do this on their own. Part of the UPK plan, it is a requirement, so part of why we're speaking to you about this today, even though we have been talking about TK pretty regularly, is because it is a requirement as part of the grant. And so part of that is the UPK plan that you saw attached, making sure that we are reporting to the state exactly how we're implementing the program, because they also want to see what the measurable gains are from implementing. The vision for TK has always been, you can see this on our website, we really focus on the 4 E's, exploration, exposure, experience, and expression. The idea here is not that students have completely mastered this kindergarten standards, but that we have exposed them, and we do so in a play-based way. So we're supporting kind of understanding what it means to be in school and in life. We work on a lot of pre-literacy, pre-math, but again, the push, and I think we heard that from our kindergarten teachers as we looked at the report card, is not that they are achieving certain measurable goals in that way. We are looking more at, are they socializing? Those are the kinds of measurements that we're looking at. And we'll talk about the assessments that we'll use. But they're not on, did they master the math skills? We want to expose them. We want to expose our TK students to those standards. There we go. According to our projected need, this is a part of the plan. We need to see about how many students we expect to be eligible within NUSD. So each year, this comes from our SchoolWorks demographic study from 2021. So as of next year, it looks like we have about 124 that we're expecting. The following year, you can see how it continues to grow with the change of birth dates eligibility. Again, this comes from our SchoolWorks demographic study from last year, just showing how we reached our enrollment projections. Again, it's based off of births, and they look at that historically over time. We do plan on offering TK at every single one of our elementary programs, obviously not Birch Grove Intermediate, since they serve grades 3 through 5. But we will be offering that half-day program across. Again, Schilling is where we house our Cadango preschool partnership, as well as next year, we'll be moving our SDC preschool from music to Schilling as well. And then we will do some select sites, so we'll look at which families do need full day care and make sure that we offer extended TK care options at the amount of sites that we have students need for. So we will be looking at that. And then we also may have some select sites that have a TKK combination class, but that will be completely based on enrollment trends. Facilities is also a big part of the plan. I know Ms. De La Cruz and team have done quite a bit to make sure that we are all set up according to the California Code of Regulations based off of those kindergarten standards. We need to make sure we have adequate classroom space to meet their needs, but we also look at other items like can we make sure that any of our TK students in special education also have access to all of the equipment and adaptive technology that they require as well. And then our current TK professional learning, I would like to note and sort of recognize Principal Ditto. She facilitated our NUSD sort of regular professional development because the TK program is it's different than the rest of our programs. So it's important that they get that time to kind of meet together and align. What they did during their sessions this year in their professional learning community is they really aligned on preschool standards and assessment. So like I mentioned earlier, we're less concerned with them mastering every single bit of the math kindergarten standards or the English or the literacy standards. We actually are looking at, are they developing as they should socially and so on. And so they look at the DRDP, Desired Results Developmental Profile, and then they also are looking to review and align on our new TK report card, which we newly adopted. They're also looking to unpack and sort of refine their implementation of the Fountas and Pinnell curriculum that we have purchased for TK as well. So that is the work that they are doing this year and will continue to do. One of the things that the plan asks us to consider is what are some additional professional development that we might look into, and these are some of the options that are not that, I know it seems like a very long list. We are not going to be able to tackle this entire list, but this is what is recommended from the state. And so I just wanted to uplift that because these will be things that we continue to look into for future years as our TK staff and students sort of show us and demonstrate what their needs are. Specifically, since we do have its SDC preschool, we want to look at how are we doing our special education assessment, because that'll be a huge shift for us, right? Instead of doing it at age 5, do we continue to do it at age 5 and sort of partner with our SDC preschool to offer that in our TK program, or is there a different assessment that we need to use for age 4? As everyone knows, there's a very big difference between age 4 and 5 and what you would get from those assessments. So that is something for our district in particular we want to sort of focus and narrow on. So I'm excited for more TK. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. Not all of those students are TK, but they're all very adorable.
Thank you, Ms. Nicole Pierce and Ms. Kearns. Member Zhang, do you have any comments?
You have public comments on this?
No, there are no public comments on this.
No.
Member Marquez?
Yes, I do. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for the presentation. I also read the other package that was included in the agenda, and I'm referring to page 5 of 20 in the other package. On the column dated 22-23. Ready for me? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So under the column 22-23, I recognize the fact that it says that at the district discretion that students who turn 5 between February 3rd and at the end of the school year. So it's opting or giving us an additional option as a school district to exercise next year. Is that something that has been discussed during the planning? So that not only the estimated 124 that we have, but now that we're able to do this at our discretion, are there other students that we could possibly count?
Yeah, and we started that this year. So we really started opening that up this year. I personally feel like it was successful. So when there was an option for our plan to list, definitely we will do that. No, we will absolutely not do that, and we will continue to consider it. And our option for our district is we will continue to consider it since we've been doing it this year.
Excellent, thank you. That's great news. And my second question is, in the slideshow, it also showed that we were offering the TK this summer, and the site was actually to be determined. Could you let us know what site it's actually being given for the youth, the TK? For this
Summer, so graduating TKers are in the summer program at Lincoln.
At Lincoln?
But we're not taking new TKers in
So
the summer.
no actual new TKers at the graduating,
Yeah.
so no new.
Yeah.
They're sort of considered in their same grade, technically speaking, until we're also offering we are offering TK for our ESY program as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Marquez, Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Pierce. Thank you, Ms. Kearns. Could you go back to the slide on staffing? Maybe I'm thinking of
9,
something
maybe?
different. Yeah, because I remember seeing one, maybe this was where you were talking about, basically needing some additional coverage and like needing a quote-unquote adult. Okay, so that's this slide. Okay, so it's slightly changed from the one that was posted on the, I think it was. Well, but maybe my memory doesn't serve me. But anyway, so we potentially need, as you're saying there, we need a credentialed teacher, we need one additional adult. Is there any opportunity, since, we've just recently gone through a number of layoffs, and a number of the people that we laid off were in the child care area, is there an opportunity to maybe bring them back and serve in that adult role?
Absolutely, that is already in progress. So we're reaching out to as many folks, if they're interested, we would love to bring them aboard.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill, for that question. I just have one question. I noticed that in the anticipated TK program offerings, only Schilling next year has the Cadango preschool partnership. Did the one at, or used to be at Graham at Coyote Hills, is there no longer, do we discontinue that program?
I think that's just a mistake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You caught me,
Thank
ma'am.
Oh, sorry.
My apologies to the community. Yes, absolutely. I think
just
it
want-
is being covered by that box there.
Okay, so it's still continuing the partnership over at Coyote Hills.
Thank you for clarifying. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
thank you. Okay, that's it. And thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I'm excited that we are going to be able to expand TK in the future years, because I do believe that as soon as we are able to get our students into preschool programs or TK programs, the longevity is there for us to be able to have them continue through our district for the additional grades to follow. So thank you. Okay, on to item 12.2, Governor's May revise. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. So as you know, every May the governor comes out with a revise of the projected budget for the upcoming school year, or for the state. And as part of that, the implications for school districts is something that we watch very closely. And so Ms. Dela Cruz is going to share out about the status of the May revise.
You're gonna,
Actually, I'm going to make a comment before Ms. Dela Cruz. We were just informed that the folks at home cannot see the slides, and we're unable to fix it at this time. So we are aware of this situation, and we do apologize for our viewers who are not able to view the slides. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Dela Cruz.
Okay, thank you, President Nguyen and Dr. Triplett. There was a lot of information in the May revise, and I'm going to try to go through some of the highlights. School Services put on a 3-hour workshop, and I'm going to try and cover the highlights in maybe 10, 15 minutes. So the May revision is the last step that the state takes in the process for adopting their budget. The legislature has to adopt a budget by June 15th, or they will experience some penalties. It's very similar to what our district goes through in terms of updating our revenue projections and our proposals based on current economic forecasts. And once the state budget has been enacted, then we do a 45-day budget revision, and School Services will also put on another workshop to tell us how it will impact our budget. So one of the major ongoing investments that was in the May revise had to do with ongoing investments in the ELOP program as well as the LCFF funding. The May revision includes $12.7 billion in increasing both the ELOP program and the LCFF. That's compared to the 8.8 that was back in January. Another major investment that the governor is proposing is for one-time discretionary block grant of about $8 billion. And as an update, the legislature has already been negotiating, and they've actually increased their proposal to $8.5 billion. They did talk about the reserve cap, and this was the discussion at our study session. Because of a trigger in the state budget, there's a 10% cap on our reserves, and we're limited to 10% of our assigned and unassigned ending fund balance. This just shows how statewide, many school districts have been able to increase their reserves. And for example, for unified school districts, the average general fund reserve has gone from 18.8% up to 22.4%. And in a year that we've had a lot of COVID money, the school districts were able to leverage a lot of the one-time funding to increase their fund balance. And also, there were a lot of school closures that resulted in less spending due to vacancies and utilities and transportation. Some of the tools that we're able to use in order to maintain the reserve cap, we talked about how we could commit some of our fund balance because that doesn't apply to the reserve. You could contribute to restricted programs, just such as special ed and routine restricted maintenance accounts. And we could transfer monies into other restricted accounts, just like our Fund 40 special reserve. And it looks like this reserve cap will probably be in place for the near future. So this shows a comparison between what was presented in January versus in May. You can see the LCFF funding has increased from $3.3 billion back in January up to $6.1. And the statutory COLA was at 5.3%, and in the May revise, it's at 6.56%. And one-time discretionary funds. There was nothing in the governor's budget in January, but now he's proposing $8 billion to go towards one-time discretionary funds. The LCFF, remember, is made up of the base grant, which is provided by dollar allocation per grade span. The K-3 grade span, 4 through 8, 6 through 7, and 9 through 12, we get a certain amount per each grade span. And the May revision has a proposal to increase this base grant with the statutory COLA, as well as an increase to that base in addition to COLA. What's that? Oh, there's another grade span adjustment for class size reduction and career tech in 9 through 12. And the supplemental and concentration grants are also included in LCFF. And the governor is proposing to add an additional $2.1 billion in ongoing increase to the LCFF funding. So what that looks like, that third line there, additional LCFF investment, it will be about $266 to $322 per grade span in addition to COLA. The Assembly and the Senate have their own ideas on what should be in the budget proposal. The Assembly is looking at increasing the base by $5.6 billion and also increasing the number of students that are identified as low income. The discretionary block grant, this will be one-time funding, $8 billion set aside, and we just got an update that the legislature has increased their proposal to make this $8.5 billion. And again, the Assembly and the Senate, they have their own ideas on what the discretionary block grant should look like. The Senate is proposing to have $10 billion in one time and $5 billion in one-time formula-based funds for student enrichment in music, arts, and technology. The ADA cliff, the governor is proposing a couple of solutions to deal with declining enrollment and the lower attendance rates from the past year due to COVID. One of them is to use the last 3 years' ADA as the average, which he did present in January. Currently, we only have the current year ADA versus the prior year. So he's adding the other option of the prior 3 years ADA, whichever is higher. And in the May revise, they're adding a solution to the lower attendance yield where we'll be able to use either the 1920 attendance yield versus 2122. If you recall, I talked about how our attendance rate for this year has gone down to 91% when we're normally at 96%. The sad news is the recent update is that the legislature has already rejected the idea of using the attendance yield, using this proposal. So this just gives you an example of how both the declining enrollment protection and the attendance yield could lead to more ADA for school districts. In this example, it's showing that instead of 9,000 for 21-22, they would have 9,524 in ADA. So that's a big difference, it's 524 more ADA with the relief. And using the average 3 years, because they would allow using the ADA attendance yield in the 3-year average, it could mean an additional 841 ADA in this example. And for our district, it's about maybe an additional 500 ADA if that proposal were to pass. The dartboard COLA, you could see how it's changed since January, not just in 22-23, but also in 23-24 and 24-25. In January, the COLA was projected at 3.6 in 23-24, and it's up to 5.38%. And in 24-25, it went from 3.64% to 4.02. So this really impacted our multi-year projection. The Expanding Learning Opportunities Grant, the governor's proposing to keep this going. And he's increased his proposal from January from $4.4 billion to $4.8. And you could see where the UPP, the unduplicated pupil percentage, really plays an important role in a lot of the funding allocation. In this particular case, school districts that have greater or equal than 75% of UPP, they get $2,500. Fortunately, the governor is keeping this level for UPPs less than 75% at $2,500. But more recently, the legislature is already looking at this to change it so that districts with UPP greater than 75% would get $3,000, and districts under 75 would get $1,500. But in any case, I have to remind everyone that the lunch applications is not just for meals, it's more than that. It really affects our funding. So it's really important that we get those lunch applications completed and submitted. The UTK, Universal Kindergarten Program that Ms. Pierce-Davis just talked about, extends the age next year up to February, and then April, June, the next couple of years. And then, as Ms. Marquez mentioned, if we extend it next year and allow students that come in after their birth date of February 3rd, We do get additional ADA once they turn 5. For those that are within the age range, we start collecting ADA from day 1. But if they are after that, we still collect ADA, but it's not until they turn 1. I mean, sorry, 5. Sorry, not 1. Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. That gives you an example of how that works if we were to accept students that are have their birthdays after February 1st. So it does benefit us to do that. And we talked about the ratio, how it's 12-to-1, and the proposal, the state is providing $2,813 towards that per TK ADA. He's also adding a few more options to help recruit TK teachers. So teachers that have a preschool teacher permit can teach TK, or if they have a bachelor's degree that meet the basic skills requirements, or if they're enrolled in coursework leading to a credential, they could teach TK until June 30th, 2026. This just, again, it's about the 12-to-1 ratio that's required. 12 students per 1 adult. And the adult can be paraprofessionals or instructional aides, which is what we're planning on doing. Child nutrition, beginning in 22-23, we're required to provide 2 free meals per day to any student. And because of this is one of the problems why this, statewide districts are experiencing lower UPPs, because there's no incentive for families to complete the application. But as you can see, a lot of our funding allocation is based on our unduplicated pupil percentage rate and unduplicated pupil percentage count. So again, I have to just remind all our families to please submit those lunch applications because they really affect our funding. Deferred maintenance. So there's a proposal to add $1.7 billion for deferred maintenance. We're not sure yet how this is going to be allocated, but we do know it will be based on unduplicated pupil counts again. Unfortunately, the latest update is that this was also rejected by the legislature. So we need to do some advocating. Talk to our local, what are they called? Assembly and Senate people. What's not in the May revise is additional pension relief for the increase in employer contribution rates, nothing for transportation, and again, I can't say this enough, the unduplicated pupil percentage, the implementation of the universal meals will likely have an immediate and direct impact on UPP. So this is something that all of our school districts are struggling with. Good news, the dashboard is coming back. So I think by December 2022, the dashboard will be back. So I just thought I'd add that. It's been a long time, I think, since we've been able to use that. A few mandates that are coming up. The one is universal meals. We're required to provide the meals, and then required to have menstrual products at all of our schools, in all of our women's restrooms, and all gender restrooms, and at least one men's restroom. And in terms of Fafsa and Qatar requirements, our students are required to submit the applications to Fafsa and Qatar. The CalPERS rates are going from, what is it, or going to 25% next year. And then it goes down a little bit the following year, and a little bit more in future years. The CalSTRS rate looks like it's going to be steady at 19.1% starting next year, but it's this year it's at 16.9, so it is going up a couple of percent next year. But until 2046, it looks like it's going to be at 19.1, so that's good. So yeah, next is the Assembly and the Senate. They'll start negotiating and talk about the state budget. It's a lot of information, but there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz. Are there any clarifying questions, Member Jones?
So I guess for the LCFF, we're going to receive roughly $5 million more, right? So can you talk about how much additional one-time funding we're going to get, other than this $5 million injection from LCFF?
Yeah, my estimation on the discretionary block grant, it could be about $7 million.
So a total of $12 million in additional funding. And
Yeah,
I guess
about $5 million in LCFF and $7 million in one time, yes.
So the other thing is, are we going to assume that we're not going to have any UPP going forward, since we're under 55% for the current year?
I projected a little bit of optimism at 55.36 for next year. This year we were at 54.4. And I think if we work really hard to get our lunch applications in, I'm hoping we could meet that, at least at 55.36%.
Member Marquez?
My question was answered during the presentation. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz. Yeah, just one question to make sure I understand. So the governor was proposing, in terms of a revised calculation for ADA, to basically take the last 3 years, right, and take the last 3 years average. But did you say that the legislature basically shot that down? Did I understand that correctly?
They accepted that one,
Okay.
the 3-year average. They rejected the one where you could use your attendance rate either from 1920 or 2122, whichever is higher.
Okay.
So
Great.
a lot of districts have had a lower attendance rate like us. Normally we're at 96% in 1920, and then this year we were at 91.
So we would take
So
the blended.
we would be able to use the 96% if that part of the proposal gets approved, but the legislature didn't approve that.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Because, yeah, then that would increase the average, right? Because then we could use that number towards the 3-year average.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions?
So I originally assumed that $5 million additional LCFF actually comes from the ADA ratio, not the 3-year smoothing. But it looks like it's the opposite.
It's both. So it'd be a little bit lower if they don't allow us to use the attendance rate.
Because the attendance rate reuse, that itself will give us $5 million, right? But you're saying the legislature rejected that.
Both will give us the $5 million. So we would have to have both the 3-year average plus the option to use our attendance rate from 1920.
Oh, so the 3-year smoothing itself will give us the $5 million injection, right?
The 3-year average, no, it'd be a little bit lower.
Okay.
Because then we're not going to be able to use the attendance shield to use for this year's ADA. Right now, our ADA, for example, this year is at 4,720. If we were able to use the attendance rate from 1920, you take 96% instead of the 91%, our ADA would be closer to 4,800. So when you average that out for the last 3 years.
You cannot really use 1920. You need to do the 3-year average, right?
No, there's 2 options, 2 solutions on the table that the governor presented. The first in January was the 3-year average. And then in the May revise, he introduced the ADA protection. Whichever. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So in regards to the lunch forms, I know that last year, a lot of the enrollment forms that went through, can we add those to the packets and request the families to fill them out when they submit them back in for their class assignments? Because I know that and when my kids were at the elementary schools, that's what they had done and was successful in collecting them. But I know that last year at the junior high, some of the forms we were made to fill out as parents, but when the students didn't know who to turn it into, and it was never like really presented well. So I think if we did some pre-planning with the school sites and the principals to make sure that staff is aware of what kinds of forms that are required, and that we can put them in there, and that we can definitely try and get those back and make sure that our families fill them out. Because, yeah, the universal meal requirement, it is hindering us to be able to meet the UPP count.
Yeah, we have talked about a couple of strategies, mailing them out over the summer, plus including them as part of our registration packet.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Ms. Dela Cruz. And
Thank you.
We're excited to see the final budget, obviously.
Yes, and anything that, that changes, we'll present in the 45-day budget revision in August.
Thank you. Okay, on to student expulsion, item 13.1. Termination.
I move that we terminate student expulsion for case E2122-01.
Make it a second, please.
I second.
Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Hill. How do you vote, Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. 4 ayes on item 13.1. Item 13.2, may I get a motion for approval?
I move to continue suspended enforcement of expulsion for case E2122-02.
I second.
Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Hill. How do you vote, Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
I'm also a yes for item 13.2, 4 ayes. Item 13.3, continued suspension enforcement of student expulsion, case number E2122-04. May I get a motion to approve?
I move that we continue suspended enforcement of expulsion for case E2122-04.
I second.
Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Hill. How do you vote, Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez? Yes. Member Hill?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. 4 ayes for item 13.3. Item 13.4, continue expulsion with NUSD of student expulsion, case number E2122-12. May I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I second.
Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Hill. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Item 13.4 approved with 4 ayes. Item 13.5, continued suspended enforcement of student expulsion, case number E2122-18. May I get a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
I second.
Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by Member Hill. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. 4 ayes for item 13.5. On to old business, 14.1, environmental literacy plan. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. So we have Ms. Rebasora here, who's going to do a brief introduction presentation. Essentially, we are bringing back this environmental literacy plan, which the board was able to interact with at the study session. Based on your feedback, as well as the feedback of staff and community, we've made some adjustments. But for the most part, I think this is the plan that you were familiar with at that study session. We have adjusted some of the timelines and some of the things, but in general, this is the plan. And we're really excited to be moving forward with this plan. And it is a living document, so it's going to continue to evolve over time. I'll turn it over to Ms. Rebasora to explain a little bit more. I think we're not going to actually present any sort of slide deck, but just because you've already had a chance to see the plan and also experience the deck at the study session. But thank you, Ms. Rebasora.
Thank you. Good evening, President Nguyen, Superintendent Triplett, members of the Board of Education, and the Executive Cabinet. Tonight I present the 2022 iteration of the Environmental Literacy Plan. It's been a month since the board study session. At that session, we read and discussed the 4 components of the Environmental Literacy Plan: outdoor learning at school sites, integration of environmental literacy in teaching and learning, community partnerships and family engagement, and district seminal activities and experiences. We saw how it was implemented this year through outdoor learning with Lincoln Leopards, field trips, a seminal activity, the Outdoor School Experience, aka Science Camp for 5th and 6th grade students, and a Family Science Day at the park. A big shout out to the 4 teachers who facilitate the jigsaw discussions: Rachel Bloom, Manju Goyal, Carol Rose, and Dana Wright. We also thank you, the Board of Education and Executive Cabinet, for your very positive and encouraging feedback to that session. Your support motivates us and instills confidence that you recognize the importance and relevance of this initiative and how it truly supports the district priorities for all our students. Since then, we've reflected on all the activities this year, the accomplishments, and identified what still needs to be done. This is a living, multi-year plan that will record and track our journey to full implementation. Included in the 2022 iteration of the Environmental Literacy Plan is a finalized timeline for the 22-23 school year. The timeline expresses the goals for the upcoming school year and considers a big factor in the success of this initiative: community engagement and the participation and input of teachers, administrators, and families, and you, of course. It also speaks to the partnerships with organizations who support our educational goals and district priorities. The timeline includes: 1, implementation of at least one of the components across all elementary schools: community partnership and family engagement. Implement field trips coordinated by educational services with a focus on environmental education and aligned to grade level standards. 2, implement phase 2 of the Environmental Literacy Plan and NUSD Greenprint at Lincoln Elementary. And 3, complete the NUSD Greenprint content for grades 3, 4, middle school, and high school. We believe that building on the activities that began this year, the established relationships with our community partners, the district science leadership team, and a continued focus on the Environmental Literacy Plan will be instrumental in achieving our 22-23 goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robasora. Any comments or clarifying questions from members of the board? Member Zhang?
No.
Member Marquez?
None at this time.
Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Rebasura, for all of your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really excited about this program for all of our students. I know a lot of our students are, love to learn science, but also being outdoors and all those components that we were working on during the study session. I think that it's going to be a wonderful program, and I'm very, very excited about it. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. We are too. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
I'm sorry?
I'm ready to make a motion, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Motion made by Member Marquez,
Second,
seconded by Member Zhang. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. 4 ayes on item 14.1. Thank you. And on to item 14.2, Newark Junior High School paving project update. Dr. Triplett?
Thank you, President Nguyen. So as the board will recall, I believe it was last session that there was a discussion, an agenda item in relation to the paving project at the junior high, and the board voted to approve the full renovation of the parking areas at the junior high. We have since then encountered unexpected requirements from the state, and which is causing us to bring an adjustment or an update back to you for discussion. So Ms. Dela Cruz will explain a little bit more about that.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Yes, at the last board meeting, the board was very supportive about this project and in fact highly recommended that we considered replacing the whole paving in the parking lot and in the driveway rather than just do patch repairs. So going back to our civil engineer and our project manager, it looks like this has to go through DSA, and the DSA process could be 6 to 8 weeks, and that's once they receive plans. And before that, even developing the plans could take, 3 to 4 weeks. So that whole process is a lot longer than what we actually had anticipated because the goal was to have it completed by the time school started in August. So we're changing our recommendation and would like the board to consider if we could just restripe and seal the parking lot for now because the parking lot does need striping. And in order to restripe, we have to seal it because they would have to black out any existing striping anyway. So the most cost-efficient way to do that is to seal it and stripe it while we go through the DSA process. And hopefully by next summer or even possibly in the spring, if time allows, that we would be able to do the complete replacement.
Member Zhang?
So I guess because last time we were talking about $300,000, right? And then even then we said that's a half-baked job that we might want to complete replacement. I guess this just means that we spend $40,000 to seal this and not do anything, and that $300,000 spent, I guess, will be deferred to next spring or next year at this time. Is that what it is about?
Yes.
But the board still has the discretion to go for a full revamp, right? By
Yes.
next year at this time.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But we want to do it correctly. We don't want to rush and go through DSA.
Any other comments? Member Marquez? Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz. So I actually went over to the junior high school parking lot just yesterday just to kind of check it out. And obviously, right, it's, it's not new pavement and there are issues. But again, I think that we really want to be judicious in our approach here. I mean, what I noticed was there are a couple of potholes that definitely need to be filled. And so those are probably somewhat of a safety hazard or, could damage your car, et cetera. But it seems to me that this interim proposal here is kind of a throwaway because, here we would go in and we would stripe and we would repave. And right now, my perception is that, although you don't have striping that's clear, I mean, people can kind of figure out where they need to park and you've got barriers and things that are directing traffic. But it seems to me that if we went with this interim proposal, it would basically be throwaway money, right? We'd spend $40,000 and then come 6 months, 8 months from now, we'd basically be redoing all of that. I mean, am I incorrect in my understanding of that? I mean, we would literally have to redo what we're now doing for $40,000, correct?
Yes, to be, just if you're going to look at it that way, it would be because we would seal it, it's not repaving, and then restriping.
So
and then to replace the whole parking lot, we would have to restripe again.
So could we look at an alternate proposal, which is that maybe we put in, we do some repairs around the things that are obviously like a safety hazard, which should be less expensive, and then we have the study done, and then they can come back and tell us what's involved and what the cost is, but then we're not doing any major work that would be a throwaway.
If I may, President Nguyen, one of the reasons, I understand what you're saying, Member Hill, because we certainly don't want to be wasting money or throwing away money. One of the considerations that we've had to take into account is that, and you probably noticed that there's so many different stripes at this point that they're not really discernible, and we're talking about increasing the traffic there for additional 350 families moving through that parking lot and additional staff parking in the area. So given the change that's about to happen to transition the sixth grade to the middle school, it's one of the reasons why we just really feel like for safety's sake and clarity's sake that that we do need to create clear striping in the parking lot. The flow of traffic with this increase of students, which is about 30% more students than we have currently there, will involve not just the perimeter drive-in, but also an internal drive-in right in the middle of the parking lot. And so given that, we just really want to avoid frustration, confusion on the part of families, as well as staff, to really safely be able to navigate that parking area. Is that, do I have that right, Ms. Delacruz?
Yes, in fact, since the solar project, we've had requests to restripe the parking lot, and we were planning to do that this summer anyway. And without that, it's really very confusing, and it's causing a lot of frustration with staff as well as our families.
And does this effort that we're talking about here under the 40,000, does that also include filling these potholes?
No, it does not. It's just putting a seal over the existing asphalt. It's not replacing, it's not repairing.
Because that seems to me to be the more urgent issue. I mean, it is potentially a safety hazard. Can we, if we're going to move forward with this, can we include that?
Well, we would have to, again, go back in and redo it all, too. So it's actually going to cost more money to do repairs.
Yeah, but they're just a couple potholes, right? And so, and
would
again,
have
if we're talking about, we're going to be having increased traffic, et cetera, I mean, I think that we would want to make sure that it's safe.
But that would get taken care of if we replace the whole parking lot. So we'd be...
Right, but we could also make the argument that we don't need striping. I mean, because it's not that expensive to repair potholes. It just seems to me that's the urgent issue.
I am also in agreement with Member Hill on this one. The striping, I just feel like the $40,000 that we're going to spend on restriping I understand that there's going to be more traffic through there, but I think that if we are able to lay out maybe cones for the year to be able to get there and then fix the entire project and not have to spend this extra $40,000 just on striping, and then only for us to be able to tear it up again and have it wasted.
Yeah, the other option is to go through the DSA process and then just do it at one time.
Because the only thing is that, is this striping a requirement of a DSA? If it is, then okay, fine. I mean, that's the $40,000 we have to comply with and do this. But if it's not a requirement for the DSA approval, then I don't necessarily think that we should have to stripe it now and then tear it apart and then stripe it again.
Just so I'm understanding, I thought I heard Member Hill, you suggesting that we should also look into the potholes, which you were thinking is it would not be a significant cost, and repairing those while we wait for the ability to do the full project next year. Is that right?
Yeah. So, I mean, in echoing President Nguyen's comments that she just made, I mean, I do feel uncomfortable in doing some work that then is going to be redone, and I would really prefer that we maybe take this money and allocate it towards fixing the potholes, which were kind of a safety hazard, And which, again, they're probably not gonna totally tear that up anyway. I mean, they're gonna probably do some grinding or whatever when they go ultimately, if we ultimately go and replace the whole thing. So it's not, that part's not totally throwaway. So I'm in support of doing that. If it's sort of a package deal where we do both and everybody agrees, I mean, I'm okay with that, but I really think that we need to deal with the safety issue. But again, I defer to my fellow board members.
Member Zhang?
Yeah, I mean, the safety hazard, I mean, we might get a liability if somebody damaged their car on our parking lot. So just to avoid litigation, that might be the top priority.
So just to be clear, when I was speaking of safety hazard, I was speaking about children's safety, and being able to navigate the parking lot. And if the cars aren't able to know which way they're parking and in which direction they're going in. But I understand what you all are saying as well about the safety risks for potholes. So am I hearing that we're talking about both of those things or just the cars?
I mean, if we can deal with that in a package, that'll be fine. But I guess leaving potholes out there where somebody might bump their car and then end up targeting the district, that's not something we want to see.
Is it possible to fill the potholes with sand?
So, okay. I mean, a couple of things here. So either we just repair the potholes and don't stripe at all, and then go through the DSA, because ultimately I think the board's desire is to replace the parking lot and the driveway, right?
That's correct.
So if that's the ultimate goal, then, one option would be just to repair, the worst potholes that we have and not restripe, or you repair the potholes and you restripe. There's a little gray area in the restriping as far as DSA, in that if there's any change to the existing striping, then that may have to go to DSA as well.
Okay.
Because the existing striping, according to the plans that have been DSA approved, is different from our proposed restriping plan. So those are some of the options I can think of that are possible that we could do.
Okay. So is it possible for us to pull this item at this time and have it come back to our next meeting with some additional information in regards to the potholes?
What it might cost
Mm-hmm.
to just repair the major ones
Yes.
and not restripe?
But with
So
both.
one option is to repair the major potholes and restripe. And is that the only option? And the other one is to do the potholes and not stripe?
Correct.
Okay.
Are we all in agreement to?
Okay.
This? Okay. Thank
Let's
you.
revisit, I guess we'll revisit it on the 17th, right?
So move to table till next meeting.
I mean,
Yes.
not the 17th, I guess the
Well,
16th.
Yeah, we'll table this item for the next meeting. There's no time urgency on this one, correct?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I mean, there is, but we'll be able to make the timeline.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to item 15.1, new business. 15.1, we do have a public speaker on the proposed budget. Ms. Parks? Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. I hope you've all taken the time to review the budget. Once again, it's unfortunate the presentation isn't available prior to the meeting, so I would have known what you were going to be told. In the Criterion Standards Review Summary, there are several areas where you have not met the criterion standards. I'm sure you're not shocked that most have to do with declining enrollment and the impact the declining enrollment has on the revenue and expenditures. Page 5 indicates that you are still in negotiations with NTA, CSCA, and NUMA. Yet your contract employees conveniently have a 2% COLA built into their agreement. On page 12 of the budget, the projected enrollment says 5,065. Yet on page 20 of the 22-23 portion of the LCAP, it states that NUSD services approximately 5,400 students. The budget estimates the unduplicated pupil percentage for supplemental and concentration at 55.36, yet the 22-23 portion of the LCAP says 54.4. As a point of reference, I looked at the CDE website for the 21-22 CalPAD spreadsheet. It shows that your enrollment was 5,167 and your UPC count was 2,651. That's only 52%. So I'm a little confused by the numbers that you were just given, and I don't understand why the difference. The financial information is speculation until the date of an approved budget. I think it is important to note that on page 65, it indicates your certificated non-management is going from 296.8 full-time employees, FTEs, to 277.05, which is a reduction of 19.03 FTE. Your classified non-management is going from 160.9 to 146.9, which is a reduction of 14 FTE. However, your management, supervisor, and confidential positions are going from 40.9 to 42.4, an increase of 1.5 FTE. I do have two questions, which I would appreciate an answer. On page 141, the indirect cost rate worksheet indicates the resource code 6512, which represents special ed mental health, had an indirect cost of 34.65%, which is an exorbitant amount considering most of the other indirect costs were charged between 4 to 6%. Why was this one particular item charged such a high rate? My second question pertains to page 142, which is the lottery report. Who is paid out of the lottery money? Because it indicates certificated salary of $696,914 and benefits in the amount of $162,102. Thank you, and I hope that during the presentation there will be some clarification regarding the enrollment and unduplicated pupil count, along with the answers to my two questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Park.
And the UPP shows 52%. That is true. That's for this year. So the LCFF and the LCAP is based on a 3-year rolling average. So the 54% is the 3-year.
Thank you, Ms. Dela Cruz. Are there any questions, clarifying questions from the board members? Member Zhang?
Well, I guess just because the May revise hasn't really been finalized yet, so this budget is based on the assumption that the May revise is not happening, right?
That is correct. The May revise is not incorporated, at least
Yeah, so,
most of the proposals. The only proposal that I included was COLA.
oh, I see. You mean the 5% COLA, not the 6% COLA?
No, the 6%.
So and
I don't want to get distracted, so I can go through my presentation, but I did want to address that one question regarding UPP.
Okay.
Because it does confuse some people. If you look at our rate for this year, it's lower than the average of the last 3 years.
Okay. Ms. Dela Cruz, do you want to continue with your presentation? And
Sure.
then we'll have clarifying questions after. I apologize.
That's okay. Okay. Ms. Ricketts? Whenever you're ready. Okay. Okay, thank you. So our 22-23 proposed budget will be presenting tonight, and then next board meeting will be the actual adoption. So the proposed budget covers the period of July 1 through June 30th of next fiscal year. It includes the general fund, the adult ed fund, our child development, cafeteria fund, special reserves for other than capital outlay, which is also our special reserve for emergency purposes. The building fund, capital facilities fund, the bond interest fund, and the post-employment funds. The report includes a multi-year projection for the next 2 years, 23-24 and 24-25. We have to submit it to the County Office of Education within 5 days after it's adopted, or by July 1, whichever comes first. There's no certification required. It's not like the interim reports. The county will either approve it, disapprove it, or conditionally approve our budget. Some of the primary budget components that are included and incorporated in the proposed budget is the enrollment projection of 5,065, which is lower than our current year projection, our current enrollment of 5,167. The ADA, average daily attendance, and funded ADA is estimated at 4,818, which is slightly higher than our current ADA of 4,720. And the COLA is estimated at the 6.56% versus the 5% from January. The estimated unduplicated pupil percentage for our supplemental and concentration fund is estimated at 55.36%, which is slightly higher than our current UPP of 54%. And the lottery revenue is estimated at $163 per ADA for the unrestricted, and then $65 per ADA for the restricted. We also get funding for mandated cost block grant at $34.94 per K-8 ADA and the $67.31 per the 9 through 12 ADA. The restricted programs are self-funded, and any COVID-related funds that are in the expenditures are considered carryover from this year. So in our general fund revenues, our total projected revenue of unrestricted and restricted is $67.6 million, which is based on 4,818 ADA. It comes out to about 11,000 per ADA. You can see that 79% of our funding does come from LCFF, and 9% from other state revenue, which includes our lottery funds, and then 5% from federal, and then 7% from other local revenues. Sorry, this is a little tiny, but it gives you a good visual of how the LCFF and LCAP funding is kind of structured. We have our base grant, and then the grade span adjustment and the supplemental and concentration grant, which is our LCAP. Next year is projected at 5.3 million. And then the home to school and targeted instructional improvement programs, which has been the same add-on amount since LCFF started. That hasn't changed. So the total LCFF funding for next year is projected at 52.8 million, and again, that's based on a UPP of 55.36%. We really need to do a campaign to make sure that we reach that goal and our families complete those lunch applications. The expenditures in the 22-23 budget includes salaries and benefits, books and supplies, services and other operating expenditures. You can see that the majority of our expenditures comes from salaries and benefits, and 65% is unrestricted, and 35% of our expenditures are from restricted categories. I did want to talk a little bit about, the management FTEs. The change from this year to next year does include the coordinator, what's that called, Ms. Peters? The Access and Equity Coordinator, plus the assistant principal at the junior high. So that's why there's a little bit of an increase in our FTE for management. The general fund contributions to restricted programs. This is the contribution that the general fund has to make up for our special education program and our routine restricted maintenance. The general fund contributes almost $9.5 million for these two programs because historically the special education program has been underfunded throughout the state and actually nationwide. The contribution usually from the state is about 25% of our funding, and the federal comes from 8%, and 67% comes from local contribution, and that's been kind of the standard throughout the state. As a summary, our 22-23 general fund, we do project a net decrease in our fund balance of $84,000 in the unrestricted funds. As you recall, our initial multi-year projection was looking at a $4.5 million deficit. So we really worked hard to reduce our expenditures and adjust our revenue projections so that we have a more balanced budget for next year. So our revenues in the unrestricted side, they're $3 million less than our current revenues, and that's again because of declining enrollment and the lower ADA. Our expenditures are $2.2 million less, and that's reflected in reductions that we made in salaries and benefits, as well as reductions to our district office materials and supplies budgets, and then services and other operating expenditures for a slight deficit of the $84,000 for next year. Our fund balance for next year, we will still end up with $10.2 million in our net ending fund balance. We'll be able to maintain a reserve for economic uncertainty of 9%. Our minimum required is 3%, so we are higher than the minimum required reserve for economic uncertainties. And then we are adding some committed fund balances, and this is part of our solution to maintain the 10% cap that's been triggered by the state. And some of the committed funds that we are proposing are in the technology area, deferred maintenance, the LCAP carryover, and the set-aside pending appeal on our audit, educational program improvements, furniture replacement, textbook adoption, and any declining enrollment and ADA mitigation. So total commitment in our fund balance is about $5.9 million, which is 8% of our fund balance. In the multi-year projection, the assumptions are the COLA that was presented in the May revise. It's the 5.38% for 23-24 and the 4% for 24-25. The STRS employer contribution rates stay steady at 19.1%. The PERS rate is at 25%, more or less, and lottery is pretty steady at 163 per ADA, and the lottery per restricted ADA is at 65. And the mandated block grant is pretty much the same, and same with the routine restricted maintenance account, which is total of 3% of total expenditures. So we talked about how the governor was proposing a couple of solutions to address our declining enrollment and the impact of the lower attendance rates. So these are our attendance projections for the next couple of years, and also gives you historical information of what our attendance and enrollment has been for the last couple of years. So one of the proposals is to be able to take the average of our last 3 years, and then the additional proposal is to use either the higher of our 1920 attendance yield. 1920 it was 96.7, or the 21-22 attendance yield, which is 91%. So obviously, we would be using the 96.7%. If you apply that to the 3-year average, it would potentially give us 500 more ADA, which is where we're getting the estimate for 5 million. But we would need both of those in order to be able to reach that the additional 5 million. Even with the 3-year rolling average, I'm not rolling, but the 3-year prior year average, we would still have probably about 400 more ADA than what we currently have projected. And in the multi-year for next year, we're looking at a slight surplus of 95,000, and then in the following year, 376,000 based on all of those assumptions. And again, if you recall, in our last multi-year, we were projecting a $4.7 million deficit. So making the adjustments and working with the board, we made every effort to balance our budget for the next couple of years. And plus, with the May revised COLAs, it really helped us. So for the 22-23 proposed budget, we are looking at a slight deficit of 84 million. We still end up with 10.2 million in our fund balance, and then in 23-24, we have a surplus of 95,000 with an ending fund balance of 10.3, and then in the second year, we have a slightly higher ending fund balance of 10.7 million. But in all 3 years, we'll be able to maintain our reserves for economic uncertainties in the 2 out years of about 10%, which is within our reserve cap. What's not included in the proposed budget from the May revise is the ADA and declining enrollment relief, one-time discretionary funds, the one-time deferred maintenance funds, any increase in the LCFF base, those were not included in the proposed budget. And as I mentioned earlier, the estimated one-time discretionary funds could be about 7 million. If we get both the ADA and declining enrollment relief, it could be about 5 million. The increase in LCFF could be another 1.4. The TK add-on, which is about 2,800 per TK ADA, we are projecting 117 TK ADA, so that could be another 300,000. And then with the ELOP, which is based on UPP, and TK6 ADA could be another 3.3. So all in all, if everything passes, it could be another 16 million for the district. So what are the next steps? The governor and the legislature will continue to negotiate and pass the budget. And after the governor signs the budget, we have 45 days to revise our budget and present it to you, the board, and the public. We will take this back to the board at the next meeting for a final adoption. Unless the board has any significant changes, it will remain the same. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge and thank all of the people that it took to develop this budget, including our district staff. We met with all of our school principals and all our program managers, our business services staff, especially our director of fiscal services, Kim Lola, and Tracy Blinko, our budget and position manager. I just want to thank everybody for all their efforts and contributions to developing this 22-23 proposed budget. And with that, I'll take comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz. Any clarifying questions from Member Zhang?
So I guess the increase on the COLA, that itself reduced our projected deficit from 2 million to 80,000, is that right?
Yes, that contributed.
Okay,
Yes.
And by the time when we have the next regular board meeting, will the governor sign the budget already? What if the governor doesn't sign the budget, then how do we adopt the budget, our district budget, next Thursday?
Yeah, so we've always adopted the budget, even if the legislature and the governor has not signed. Because if they sign and pass a budget after you adopt it, we have 45 days to present the revisions, which normally happens the first meeting in August. By June 15th, the legislature will probably have a budget passed, because if they don't, they get penalties, so. Sorry? June 15th, the legislature has to pass a budget, and then they give it to the governor either vetoes or changes it, and then he'll sign it. And once he signs it and the budget gets enacted, then that's when that 45-day window starts ticking.
Great, thank you. Member Marquez?
I just had one clarifying question. So our cap, the 10%, will that stay? Will that continue to be at 10%, or has that been reviewed also within the budget, saying that it might change to a lower cap that we would have to maintain?
Yeah, that looks like it's already triggered. The enacted budget won't change that, because it has something to do with the reserves at the state level.
Oh, so
So
it's
we will
almost
still
a trickle effect, if you will, because of what's happening at the state level, then they're capping us as well.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Dela Cruz, and thank you to your staff. So I have 3 questions. So the first is, when I've dealt with budgets in the past, oftentimes you will start with what happened in the prior years, right? So you start with your original budget, and then you go forward, and then either your budget was correct or was not correct, and you either have an overage or an underage, right? And then you take that historical information, and then you use that to build your new budget. And obviously you look at deltas, and you say, just like you're talking about at a high level, so, maybe we had lower revenue the past year, but we're projecting higher, right? So we can make certain assumptions, or in our situation, we're potentially projecting lower revenue, at least for right now. And so, so you basically make those, you use the baseline, you use the historical, and then come up with a new budget. So in what this document that you've given to us, is there a way for us to see sort of, okay, here's all the categories, here's where, again, we overspent or underspent, and here's how we're making adjustments? Is there a way, so that's the first question, is there a way to see that?
Yeah, in the SACS report, you'll be able to see the 21-22 budget versus the 22-23. It doesn't show you anything beyond that in terms of past history, but as we go through the budget process with all of our program managers, we do look at the base, what happened this year, and we look at the last couple of years, and then project what we would need for the future years. So yes, we do go through that exercise. We look at what was happening this year, what happened in actuals the last couple of years, and then develop our budget for next year based on that information.
Right. But again, let me just make sure I understand, right? Because we've got a whole bunch of pages of revenue, and then we've got expenditures. So, for example, let's take, like classified support salaries as an example. And that's on page 28. So is there a way to see, okay, here's what we spent last year, and then here's, and were we within our budget envelope, right? So did we, so we put together a budget last year, we made a forecast, did we stay within that or not? And then now we're using that as well as other information to then put together the current budget.
Yeah. So for example, if you look on page 25, and this is the general format for the SACS report, the 21-22 estimated actuals is those first 3 columns.
Okay.
So those are our projected estimated actuals for this year.
Okay, so
And
those are the ending numbers.
Not yet. These are
Okay.
still estimated.
Okay.
In September is what we call our unaudited actuals, is when you'll get our actuals, right?
Okay.
So this is still estimated. And then if you look at the next three columns for the 22-23 budget, that's what's in our proposed budget. So those are where the comparisons are, and you can see that last column where it says the percent difference, that's your variance.
Okay, so if you were to go look at column C, that's sort of, once we get to September, that's sort of our ending for last year. And then if you look at column F, that's our proposed budget. And then the difference, either plus or minus, is your percentage.
That's correct.
Okay, great. So that was question one. Question two, how can we see sort of budgeting at a program level? So for example, we just had, the environmental literacy people come up and we're approving that. We've got DLI, we've got a variety of programs. So how do we see that in this budget?
So what you'll see here, you may not see it at that program level, but you'll see the resource level. For example, it will show you the funding for the different title funds, because it's all by resource. And by program, I would have to run you a report, because the budget codes have about 7 or 8 different fields, and you can run it. This is more of a high level.
Okay, because I guess what I'm curious about is how do, normally, right, you do a bottoms-up budget, and so as we're going through the LCAP and through, other efforts to say, okay, here's the things that we're going to do, right, and then we make some estimate, right, and then theoretically that's sort of the, that's the pot of money that we're using, but then we should be able to track it too, and to be able to say, okay, we didn't spend this money in this one program, or we're overspending here. If we're overspending, where are we going to be taking away from other programs? And so how do we track that?
We track that, through our Escape financial system, and every program manager, they're responsible for their budgets. So as we meet with every program manager, we have their budgets, their specific budget, line for line. You're not going to see it here in this report, because again, this is high level, but every program manager has their budget to manage, and every program has its own specific budget, and we track that, and we use our financial system.
Right. So I guess and so are you having some regular meeting where you're basically saying, okay, you're tracking or you're not tracking, and because at the end of the day, right, I just want to make sure that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul, right, where, everybody thinks they have their budget, but then in reality, maybe all of a sudden funds start getting used up, and then they don't have the budget that they thought they had. So are we having meetings to track that?
Yeah, every program manager in every school has access to our financial system, and they can run their own reports. We also provide monthly reports if they request it, but most of the schools, they can run them on their own now.
Okay. And then the last question is, when we look under expenditures, where do we see legal fees?
It's under a certain object code of 5,000. I don't remember the actual code right now.
It's under services and operating.
It's under, the 5,000 category, services and other operating expenditures.
Yeah, it's
My
on page
eyesight.
29.
Can you see it? My
Page
eyesight
29.
is...
Oh, 25.
My eyesight.
Okay, so services and other operating expenditure, but we don't have like a line item for legal. I mean, it's embedded with a bunch of other line items.
It's on both.
What page is it?
No, oh no, I'm sorry. It's under professional consulting services and operating expenditures, probably
5,800?
5,800.
Yeah, thank you.
What page?
It's, you can see it on page 29.
29.
Yeah.
No,
My
no, it's
eyesight.
okay.
Never know.
All right.
This will be the only time I'm going to help you.
Okay, wow. Okay, my one time.
5,800,
Okay.
professional consulting services and other operating expenditures.
Okay, but we don't have a
5,800.
specific line item for legal, so. could
Not
that
in this
includes-
report.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
But generally, those are the charge codes that if we're using or spending money against expenditures, that's being charged to, and that's how you guys are able to run the reports against it, to be able to report out each month how much those buckets of money is being, how much money is being used, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Great, thank you.
I don't have any additional questions. I just want to thank you and your staff for working really hard on putting together the budget and with all the interim reports and then additional adoption of the budget and the May revise. And then once it finally gets approved from the state, there's going to be another revision. So thank you so much for doing all of this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on to item 15.2. We have two public speakers, two public comments on the 22-23 proposed Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP. Ms. Parks? Welcome back.
Thank you. First of all, I too would like to thank Abby for the way the meetings were run. I did attend a couple of them. And I think it definitely, as was highlighted earlier, there's definitely an issue with recruiting members because not every site had its two representatives. And some met their two later on throughout the passing of meetings. Then definitely attendance was an issue with some of the meetings. So I think that, being able to meet quorum, they definitely had issues. So that, again, it is hindering the process. I would, and another issue that is kind of a little bit beyond her control is the website, because that website is just, there's definitely still a lot of issues with your website and where you have to go to find how many times you have to click to actually get to the documents is difficult. The plan at least has its own little thing, but to get to where these meetings are is something else. But on page 10, recapping the 21-22 school year, it says that an additional assistant principal was hired, yet Newark Memorial High School has the same number of APs as the previous year. Let me say, adding another assistant principal with a focus on establishing a positive school culture and climate does not mean anything if there aren't any consequences for not adhering to the school rules or board policies. For example, the campus is now referred to by many as an open campus, even though your board policy says it is a closed campus. I've heard from students, parents, and staff about their rules and policies which aren't being enforced. For uniformity, it would be helpful if the same title was carried throughout the document. I'm referring to action item 2.1, Leadership Assistant Principal. The LCAP lists the assistant principal / leadership / administrator position with a 600-to-1 ratio, and it changes titles through the document at certain points at Newark Memorial High School. As I was initially reading through the document, I was confused as the principal and the athletic director are also administrators, meaning that they would also be able to be calculated in that ratio. Item number 2.4, last year only was the Swiss licenses, which were listed here, and it was $4,500. Now more descriptions have been lumped into that action item, and it's over $50,000. One of those items is Illuminate for student assessment reports. I thought the board had decided that Illuminate was going to be eliminated, so I was kind of confused on that. On page 61 of the document, under Goal 3, Measuring and Reporting Results, indicates the outcome for the 21-22 teacher vacancies and misassignments as being 0. I think we all know that there were a lot of vacancies and misassignments and that they would have outnumbered those included in the waiver approved by the Board of Education for this year. In December 2021, I obtained a teacher assignment report from the Alameda County Office of Education for the 2020-21 and the 2019-2020 school years. That report indicated for just the 2021 year that there were 56 vacancies and 85 missed assignments. And I will be requesting the documents for this year when this year is done. You may share that with the board. Thank you. Now, item 3.13. I'm very excited to see that the guest teacher portion has been added back into the LCAP. That is something that was left out, and I'm very happy to see that it's back in. Newark is kind of handicapped here. Fremont is paying far superior for their guest teachers than Newark is paying. And this year, it wasn't even in the LCAP, yet you have been paying the higher wage. So I'm not sure how that was all offset, but I'm glad to see that it's back in here, but unfortunately, it still only brings it up to what you've been paying already, $180 a day and $200 for a long term. Fremont pays $215 for a daily and $250 for a long term. You can't compete with that. And if you want your teachers to attend professional development and be able to take a sick day when they need to, you need to have subs. And if you want to, and especially if you want to provide a quality education to the kids, which is what the community wants. They want their kids taught by teachers, not by subs that aren't credentialed. And I know that there were a lot of parents that were complaining this year for special ed that didn't have teachers that were qualified. And I'm really glad to see that this is back in here, but I don't think it really meets the need. So perhaps to put a little focus more on that to define if we need to increase that rate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Our next speaker, Ms. Sherry Villa.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sherry Villa. I'm the Vice President of our Newark Teachers Association. Ms. Parks stole my thunder. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. So I could repeat what Ms. Parks said, but finding out at excuse me, our last LCAT meeting that the amount of money that's being allocated, $70,000, will just bring us from 165 to 185. Still concerning. I did remind everybody on the committee and our facilitators that we need to be competitive. Hundreds of prep times were lost this year, hundreds, which means that these kids having PE time with a PE teacher or science time with a science teacher, those were missed. Hundreds of minutes this year. So, in doing, refreshing my memory on the information on from our surrounding districts, Ms. Parks did our Fremont 215 a day, but I was surprised to see that New Haven, they up there is $200 a day. So in our surrounding districts, we are significantly lower at 185. So we need to be competitive. Our teachers need that. Our DL over at Schilling needs that. Our SEAL program needs that. We need the time to collaborate. We need the time to have work days for our kids, for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Okay. Dr. Triplett, I will hand this over to you. The item 15.2, proposed local control and accountability plan presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, President Nguyen. So I believe we have here Ms. Cairns, who is going to speak on this. And as she's coming up, I too want to really appreciate the incredible work that she has done with the PAC committee and the English language committee and other stakeholders to really create just a incredibly thorough process for developing this LCAP. So with that, I'll turn it over to her.
Good evening, everyone. President Nguyen, board members, cabinet, thanks for having me. You'll see a lot of slides that might be familiar, but I like to remember this is a meeting in public, so it's also intended to continue to educate our families and just to build off of the really warm comments from our community members. I deeply appreciate it, and it just speaks to the beauty of this process, which is local control, right? Transparency, and it means the world to me to hear that positive feedback. Thank you. Just for familiarity, LCFF, what is it? It is California Public Schools have received their state funding through what's the local control funding formula. So we did a LCAP board study session about this on 3/17. And just, it's good to keep coming back to make sure we're all fluent in this, some of these terms. Under LCFF, the goal is to ensure that every student succeeds, especially students that the school system has historically left behind. And those students are typically low income, English learner, and foster youth. These students are referred to as unduplicated students in the formula, because even if they're in more than one specifically funded group, they are only counted once. So for example, I may be foster youth, I may also be an English learner. However, I am not counted for both of those categories. I'm only counted once. How is the amount of money determined in the LCFF? So LCFF gives us money for all students, which is called the base funds. And it also provides money for the unduplicated students. This is referred to as supplemental and concentration funds. So the intention of these funds, given how the formula is determined, determines how we use the funds. So we use the money from the base funds to raise achievement for all students, whereas we use the money from the supplemental concentration funds to improve services specifically for our unduplicated students. So the LCAP is our way of showing specifically the services for our unduplicated students in a 3-year plan called the Local Control Accountability Plan. So we have done a pretty extensive process this year. We did numerous community engagements, 2 at every school. We also did a survey, a video in English and Spanish. We collected and compiled the feedback. We had over 460 discrete pieces of feedback that we compiled into trends. We shared that with the DLAC and the ELAC, who helped us come up with some recommendations. And we ultimately then use those recommendations to guide our revision process. So all of that bringing us here today. Whereas, we started way back in October, really launching the process, and now we're here in May and June, in which we have the public hearing revisions and ultimately the approval process next week. So just wanted to kind of click into what we ended up revising. So this is in light of, I think, what Ms. De La Cruz had emphasized, which is there's a lot going on with the budget that is still sort of floating. Just to revisit the $8 million for discretionary, an increase in expanded learning for our unduplicated students, an increase of the base rate and other adjustments, and also this ADA possible protection. So just a lot unknown, but we were able to make some revisions in the last in the month of May, based on what information we did have. So goals remain the same as they will for the next 2 years until the end of this 3-year plan cycle. So we want to just provide for you highlights about what was revised. So here are the new strategies specifically for the 22-23 school year. We're increasing academic counselors to maintain a rate of 500 to 1. And I heard a discussion about this. We want to provide specifically more AP support. I think that was an oversight that will be corrected in the LCAP in terms of how we set administrators or APs. So it's intended as an AP support. 0.5 at Newark Memorial High School and a 1.0 at the junior high school.
We want to continue to invest in teacher and staff professional learning, and I think it's important to highlight that our classified staff are included in that funding. We're going to be funding mentor teacher stipends, mental health support, and expansion of what's been a pretty successful so far Wellness Together contract through the end of next year, which will include mental health for staff as well as students and families. It's moving towards a single communication platform. That was a big point of conversation and recommendation from the community. Principal conferences, PD, an allocation for each principal. Biliteracy pathway recognition. This is an incentive by the state through the what's called the Global Edge Initiative. Instructional teacher leader funds to support peer-led professional learning at every site. We're going to centrally fund EL liaisons. We're going to increase the base rate for guest teacher pay, and 3.0 intervention teachers funded centrally. So that's what's new. There's many things that are continuing. Baseline contract, credit recovery, LPAC training, and extra hours for administering assessments, cost, SEAL expansion, dual language, college career regional support, translation support, data management systems, parent workshops, our class size reduction, our teacher induction program, library hours, science education, and our STEAM expansion initiative and the PBIS program. What will end is math pathways. So we completed that project. Yay. Way to go, Mr. Dalowich and all the teachers that were involved in that. Instructional materials for the FOSS kits were purchased. So that is done. Refurbishment is planned for coming from the site funds. We don't expect a significant amount of refurbishment in the first year. And then some items, I just want to note that some items you'll see in the LCAP show as a zero fund because we found other funding sources, and I've tried to note those where those applied. For example, the credit recovery and the cost coordination. So those are the highlights. Again, thank you. Families give up their evenings from 6 to 7:30 to come and look at my slides and and talk about what we can do to best meet the needs of our students. And I just think that's it's an absolute gift. So just wanted to close by just thanking our parents for putting dinner in the microwave or whatever they do to make it happen. We can't do this work without them showing up every time. So.
Thank you, Ms. Kearns. Any clarifying questions, Member Zhang?
Well, not clarifying question, just some, because this is the first reading, right? Just some suggestion my suggestion for change for the final adoption. Obviously, there's this confusion about this 600 to 1 ratio, which is students to AP ratio, not student to administrator ratio. The other thing I want to point out is during the report, there's this AP exam thing that we said this year, the new year, the low-income students will be paid. We don't need to pay out of their pocket to take the AP exam because we use another grant to pay for their AP exam service. If we are talking about people will not be facing financial burden to take the AP exam, I would suggest the measurement for the AP completion rate will be number of students passing the test divided by number of enrollment rather than just number of students passing the test versus number of students that's taking the test. Because by taking the ratio of exam passer versus exam taker, you omit a group of people that might take the class and decide not to take the exam. Right now, we no longer have that financial burden as a reason that people don't take the exam. Maybe we should update the measurement to reflect that. Because we want both high passing rate among the exam taker and high exam taking rate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Zhang. That is a great point that you've pointed out. Member Marquez, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to extend how happy I am, as well as those in our guest speakers, the fact that we are increasing our our base salary for the guest teachers. I guess what I'm hopeful for and looking for is that we continue to do further research and in our budgeting and planning and how that we can make that a scale as well. Just like we have a scale increase that we have for our NTA, for our Teachers Association, it would be nice if we've had something to show those in the public that are looking to possibly become a guest teacher, then in the future become a permanent teacher, is that they can also see an increase where it's not the same amount every year, right? Or after so many hours. So if we could be creative in how we approach guest teachers and obtaining those great guest teachers and hopefully becoming a permanent teacher, that would be awesome. And then as well as the EL liaisons, right? Finding someone who's certified not only in Spanish, but any other language that we need to provide our students in order for them to be successful here at NUSD, we need to be extremely competitive. Because what you're going to see is if you look at New Haven, if you look at Fremont Unified, if down in Milpitas School District, they're meeting the needs of the students, right? Because they are providing competitive salary. So if we could also do our homework and continue to research so that we can attract as many English language liaisons as well as staff, that would be awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Marquez. Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Kearns, for the great presentation and appreciate the education. And I think it's important, to define terms for everybody so they understand what you're talking about. So that's great. Just a couple questions. Well, so I want to echo my fellow board members' suggestions into that. I think that they're both great suggestions. And I just had two questions. So can you remind us again the membership? And I know that, right, there's always a challenge of getting people to come, but can you remind us of that? And then you did mention that one of the additions for this year was teacher induction. Could you tell us just a little bit more about what you guys are thinking there? So those are my two questions.
Would you like to take the teacher induction and I'll look up the members, Ms. Pierce?
In the summary slide that you had of all the things that you're going to add for this year, one of the topics was teacher induction. And so could you just tell us a little bit more about what you're thinking there?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we have funded induction in the past. We're just moving the funding source to LCAP. We fund things like our teacher mentors, so they get a stipend for every teacher they mentor. Most of our mentors are in-house or they are retired teachers that have been in-house in the past. It also includes partial salary for our program administrator of induction as well. And it also includes things like professional development to make sure that the coaching of the mentees is strong as well. We consider it a big part of our initiative to recruit and retain teachers as well. If we provide that induction in-house, they're more likely to come to us so they don't have to pay for it elsewhere. And then hopefully once they're in Newark, they stay.
And then, and again, just a clarifying question. I think at one point in Newark, the teachers did have to pay for their own induction, but is that not the case now? So now it's covered by the district? Okay, so that's great. And as a teacher that just finished induction myself, I can understand the importance of the program. So again, that's great. But it sounds like most of what you're talking about here is shifting the funding. It's not so much there's a big change in the program, you're just shifting the funding.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Member Hill, and congratulations on finishing your induction.
And I think he had an additional question about membership. Can you repeat the question regarding membership?
Just wanted to know who all participated.
Okay, so Kimberly Van Cleve, Michael Menina represented Birch Grove Primary. Amanda Chagoya was a Birch Grove Intermediate representative. Shalom Aguilar was a Coyote Hills Elementary representative. Claire Garvey and Kiki Way were Kennedy Elementary representatives. Brenda Silva, Lincoln Elementary representative. Ramon Medina, Music Elementary representative. Schilling Elementary had Carissa Gant and Ryan Tovar representing. Newark Junior High School had Nicole Eisant. Newark Memorial had Ruth Dalton. And then the Crossroads Bridgepoint had Davida Sieb. CSEA had Sandy Acarisi and Sue Eustace. NTA had Sean Abruzzi and Sherry Villa. Numa had Jaime Soria and Amanda Gollier. We had 2 student representatives, Estina and Resendiz Ortiz and Amber Nolasco Torres. And then Marie de la Cruz and I were on as non-voting members.
Great, so thank you, and thank you to everybody that participated.
Yes, thank you to everyone on the committee. And I was lucky enough to be in attendance for a little bit in last week's meeting, your last meeting. And I just wanted to really appreciate all of the feedback that you got from everyone that participated in that meeting. And one of them was to reference Member Hill, is really appreciating the fact that you do take the time to really educate what all the acronyms are, so that our families and our parents who aren't familiar with the language that is LCAP or LCFF, they know exactly what it is. So thank you so much. And I am in agreement with Member Zhang in terms of the AP, his AP comment, and also with Member Marquez in regards to the increase in the base guest pay, teacher pay. If there's a way for us to be able to even increase it a little bit more so that we can be competitive, like what Ms. Villa had mentioned, and also Ms. Parks, I think that it would make a tremendous difference in us being able to retain some of the guest teachers that do come into the district and work with us. So hopefully we'll be able to do that with the approval of the May revise. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, make it a motion. I'm sorry, this is only discussion. I wanted to approve it already. Yes. Okay, on to item 15.3, results of the 2022 bond feasibility community survey. We do have a public speaker on the item, Ms. Parks. Welcome.
Good evening. I don't know how many of you know, but the board members, because I don't know whether you're informed when somebody does a public records request, but on May 2nd, I requested the survey questions and the option answers that the public was given. I wanted to be able to see, in case I wasn't one of the lucky ones. Well, at that point, I already knew I probably wasn't one of the lucky ones, but I had heard from other people who had taken the survey, and it was getting little bits of feedback what the questions were. So I went ahead and asked for the questions myself. And I was kind of surprised today that when in receiving your, or for today's meeting, that you didn't get a full disclosure of all of the data, the questions, the answers, and the responses given by the community. Because I think it's important on such a large bond under consideration for you to have all of the facts. And I think that as a public, you know, we also sort of been able to see what was in there. And I think that'll be in a future CPRA. But anyhow, I just think that that there must have been something that was in that information. And because you were just being given a little snippet, I hope that you will also pursue that. Because I think that for the answers that were given, they're just, you know, you look at data, you can twist it and turn it any way you want. And the presentation itself to me is very enlightening, since they're not advising you to go for a bond this November. They're telling you to wait till 2024. I mean, I know that we're in a little bit of a financial crunch around in the Bay Area. You know, gas prices are exorbitant, and all of those things I'm sure were a factor. But I hope that that you would ask for the full documents before you maybe make these considerations. This is just a little piece of the puzzle here. When you look at the presentation that's before you, it doesn't give you all of the questions, answers, and any of the anecdotal information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. With that, I will hand it over to Dr. Triplett.
Thank you, President Nguyen. So as the board will recall, we've had discussions about bond feasibility, and the board gave a green light for the district to commence with a community survey to determine if a bond was something that would be feasible for the 2022 election. And so we're here to share out the results of that survey. And as you'll note on the recommended action, what you'll see in the results is there is I believe it's a higher than majority response overall in favor of pursuing a bond. However, we really, when we talk to our bond team and really dive into the results, it really doesn't seem like it's sufficient in terms of pursuing the bond in 2022 and investing that level of time and energy. And so with that in mind, we are recommending that rather than planning towards the 2022 election, that we actually hold off and look towards the 2024 bond election before pursuing a bond. I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz, and I believe we also have our bond survey expert, Mr. Godby, with us, and possibly Mr. Heath as well, or just Mr. Godby? Just Mr. Godby, great. Ms. Dela Cruz?
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Yeah, the survey was conducted from April 25th to May 6th. Mr. Godby and his team did the survey to our community, and he is going to present the results to our board this evening. So, Mr. Godby, if you're there.
Great, thank you, Marie. I assume everybody can hear me.
Barely.
I assume you're also looking at the presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Godby, we can't hear you that well, though. Let's see if we can turn up the volume a little bit.
I'll speak up as well. If we can go to slide 2, which is the one that has methodology overview. So to encapsulate what the survey was, how it was done, the methodology was both online and phone of likely November 2022 voters. And what that means
Hold on, Mr. Godby, excuse me.
Sure.
We're trying to get to the next slide, plus adjusting the volume. Is that the highest volume it could go?
Thanks for your patience, everybody. Mr. Godby, we're just going to see if we can turn up the volume a little bit. 1 second, please.
Sure, no problem.
Oh, you're sounding better already.
Yes, can you hear me now?
A little better. Test.
Okay, I'll continue to try to speak up. So I assume we're looking at the methodology overview slide.
Yes.
And again, the methodology was phone and online, but it is of likely November voters. So it's just not posting a link on Facebook and hoping that the whole world visits and participates in the survey. It is a very specifically and scientifically designed sample of likely November 22 voters. We were in the field from April 25th through May 6th. The average phone survey was 25 minutes long. The total completed sample was 372, and the margin of error then is plus or minus 4.98 or 5% in round numbers. Go to the next, next slide is key findings. If we can go to the slide, it's favorability rating on district assessing coronavirus, that'd be great. Okay,
go ahead.
So in this early question in the survey, we asked people how the district was doing to address the coronavirus crisis. And if you add the very and somewhats together, you see we're at 52% in round numbers that are favorable versus 24% that are unfavorable. It's a positive to negative ratio of 2.18 to 1, which is certainly more positive than negative, and that's good. There's also 25% in round numbers that are undecided. So while it's positive, there's still some people that have some questions. Next slide, titled Opinion on Direction of Economy. So this question asks people if they think the economy in the next 6 months, or actually at the election time in the fall, would be better, about the same, or worse. 20% think it'll be better, 36% said it'll be about the same, and 38% said it'll be worse. We've asked this question in many other districts, and we've seen the worst as high as 50% and as low as 25%. So you're sort of in the middle range there. We did also ask this in 2020 when we did the survey, similar survey for the district, and you can see in the box on the lower left-hand corner that the better has declined. So the optimism of 2020, even though we were in the COVID crisis then, has sort of eroded. I think what we saw is in 2020, in the summer or late spring, people thought the crisis was going to be over soon. It's now 2 years later, or nearly 2 years later, plus we've got the added problem of high inflation, gas prices, et cetera. So I think that's the reason for the decline in confidence in the economy. Next slide, please, titled Uninformed Support for Bond Measure. So this slide on the far right-hand side shows you the actual question we used to test support for a potential bond measure. It meets all the statewide legal requirements. It can't be more than 75 words. It has to have a tax rate, which in this case is 6 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. It needs to say how much it generates annually, which is $14.9 million. And it needs to say what the total bond amount is, which in this case, again, would be $274 million. The other things are up to us and what we want to spend the money on, and essentially we're limited again by state law to 75 words, so we have to do a fairly high-level summary, and those are the bullets that you see. Now, the way we evaluate feasibility is we look at the definitely and the probably yes together, and you can see that's 55%, which is, and I'm rounding to 55, you need for this to be successful 55%. So at this level, it's not. And when we also keep in mind that the average margin of error is 5% plus or minus, so it could be up, it could also be down, which would take us to just 50%, which obviously is not where we want to be. Next slide, please, titled Features of the Measure. So this slide shows you several of the items that we might spend the money on, and the way this worked is we asked these items in a random order, and then we said, are you much more likely, somewhat less likely, or much less likely to support the measure based on the money being spent on this particular item? We create a ranking, and you see that across the bottom of the slide, where much more likely is 2, somewhat more likely is 1, somewhat less likely is -1, and much less likely is -2. And that ranks things in a really accurate way, but it's also really abstract. So we also have added the blue bar with the percentages high and low, and that's where we add the much more likely and somewhat more likely percentages together. And so what you see is that at the top of this list, provide modern career training facilities to prepare students for college and in-demand careers in fields like science, engineering, technology, and skilled trades. That item is 75% at least somewhat more likely to support the measure. So that's great. That's a tremendous number. I certainly have many districts that would love to have support for a project be at that level. Next one is bringing all schools in the district up to the same safety and learning standards at virtually the same level. Provide classrooms, labs, learning technology to support science, technology, engineering, math, STEM instruction in essence. Remove hazardous materials, replacing aging and deteriorating portables, repair outdated and deteriorating labs, classrooms, libraries, and school facilities. And finally, in this top group, upgrade schools to meet modern health codes, building safety codes, and earthquake safety standards. Again, they range from a high of 75 down to a low of 74. All of those are well above the 55% threshold, but as we'll see in a moment, they don't quite stick. And that's ultimately the challenge. Next slide, please. This one's titled Informational Statements. So this is the same idea, and so we'll look at the percentages again on the far right-hand slide with the arrow. And basically, these are informational items that people might learn during the campaign, and there's a variety of them. They all, again, test really well. As you can see from the arrow, they're as high as 75% and as low as 69 in round numbers, and they include accountability things like all of the money raised will be controlled locally and cannot be taken by the state. The measure will ensure that students who plan to go to college are prepared to succeed, and those who don't plan to go to college receive the career training they need to compete for good jobs at virtually the same level as the first one. The district has identified over $530 million in deferred maintenance and repairs that must be provided to or completed to provide safe classrooms, labs, and play areas for students, etc. None of the money would be spent on administrator salaries. And the fifth item, all California schools are now required to provide pre-kindergarten classes, as we heard earlier, and 4- and 5-year-old students, which means a whole new grade level and hundreds of new students, and this measure will provide those classrooms. And so all of those are really pretty high. It goes on down a little bit further to earthquake safety, and that's at 74%, at 69%. So all of that, again, is pretty good given a 55% threshold, but as we'll see in the next slide, it just doesn't seem to be sticking. And so we move to the informed support for the bond measure, and you can see we started at 55% in round numbers, and we've gone up to 56% in round numbers. But again, we have to remember surveys always have a margin of error, and again, this is plus or minus 5%. So this test, after people hear all the information, could be as low as 51%, which is a 4-point loss. And we clearly saw earlier the challenge was with the economy, and that's one of the reasons why, if we go to the next slide, summary and recommendations, you'll see that we're suggesting that the district should be keeping this on the front burner, but working towards a 2024 election, when a couple things will happen. Number one, we hope the economy will be better. We hope the gas prices will be down, inflation will be down, those sorts of things. But number two, the one thing we're really certain of is the turnout will be much higher. What we're seeing right now, literally as we speak, is one of the lowest turnout primary elections in history in California. And what we expect to see in November is one of the lowest turnout elections in a gubernatorial general in history. In 2024, if we're looking at the general election, for example, the opposite will be true. It's a presidential election. It will be lots going on, and it will probably be back up to the normal turnout that we would expect. And the big difference in the turnout is not just partisanship, but it's age. And so we'll have a lot more 18 to 40-year-olds, which is the age of parents. And that's really critical. We already talked about the bond priorities here, so I won't really repeat them, but this is just a verbal version of what I said earlier. And then on the final recommendation slide, it again is the informational items. All the money will be controlled locally. It'll help prepare students for college and careers, and the large deferred maintenance number that the district has. So that's the presentation I have for this evening. There is certainly more information that we're analyzing with staff and will be available as it's ready to be released. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Godby.
So I know you have a 400 plus sample size. How many people did you attempt to connect?
The population in the district of likely voters is 9,830. we attempted to connect to all of those people. I mean, this is a sample, it's a scientifically designed sample that's stratified on the front end and then weighted on the back end to match the demographics of that likely voter universe, but it is not a census.
Yes,
And we
so
would
I
never
guess the
get to
question
census.
is, how did you arrive at 9,800 likely voter universe in a midterm election?
These are all of those 9,800 are likely to vote in this November.
Yeah, but how did you, is that you look at the past 5 consecutive election or what?
I don't have the exact number here, but we look at 0 through 8. And basically we go back and we look at the previous election like this, which was the November 2014 gubernatorial election, which also had an incumbent governor and an extremely low turnout. And we look at the turnout in that election, and then we go back and we say, okay, is it 8 of 8? Is it 7 of 8? Is it 6 of 8? Is it 5 of 8? Is it 4 of 8? We just keep going down the list of likely voter propensity until we get to the number that matches about what we thought we saw in 2014. And then we think about, okay, is there anything different in this election that's going to increase the turnout? The answer, of course, is no, there isn't, and that's why we're seeing such a low turnout today. So that's the methodology that we use.
Okay, thank you.
Member Marquez? Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Godby. And just kind of a follow-up to Member Zhang's question, because I had the same question. Because I know that in the last election that we had, and granted that was a presidential election, so probably the turnout was different, but I think that we had roughly about 16 or 17,000 voters that voted in the last election, and I think we have registered voters of in excess of 20,000. But I think what you're saying is that since this is a midterm election, that we wouldn't have the same turnout, and so that's how you arrived at the 9.8 thousand. Is that right?
That's exactly right, yeah. And again, looking back to the last, it's not just the midterms, it's where are we in terms of the top of the ticket in California, and that's the gubernatorial election. So every midterm has a gubernatorial election, but the difference is, every 4 years, it's either an incumbent or a new open seat. When Governor Newsom ran in 2018, we had a very large turnout. Not as high as the presidential, but it was much higher than we're expecting this year. And the same thing was true when Governor Brown ran the first time in 2010, we had a high turnout. But in 2014, which is like this election, because again, Brown was the incumbent, we had a record low in California history. And we expect that same record low this fall.
Okay, great. And then just 2 more questions. So, and one is, in the original survey that you did in 2020, so that was obviously a presidential year. Yeah, so you had, the universe was 16,000 at that point,
Right.
And then your sample size was 500.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
And the numbers were much more favorable in that election, which is also part of the reason we think that while these are not as favorable, given what we saw in 2020, we think 2024 will be an opportune time to be working toward.
Sure. And again, just to confirm, even though the universe, whatever the universe is that we define, so in this situation it was 9,000 or almost almost 10,000,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Almost 10,000. So you attempt to contact them, but the only people that you actually really talk to and are recording is that sample size.
That's right, 372.
Okay. All right, great.
Which in a sample universe of 10,000 is typical. People are not sitting around waiting to take my calls, as much to my chagrin as that may be.
But is your sample size, is that like the target, and then once you reach the target, you stop calling?
Well, the target is in that plus or minus 25 or 30 from 400. So we don't usually just stop calling in the old days. 20 years ago, yeah, we did, because it cost more money. Now we just struggle to get to that goal because response rates are so much lower. The exception to that is in 2020, when the COVID crisis first started and everybody was stuck at home we had the highest response rates I've seen in 20 years, but we've gone back down to the normal, and it continues to go down and down and down. Now, fortunately, we're able to do it online and invite people via text invitations and email invitations, and they're more likely to respond to those. But phone surveying is almost a thing of the past.
Sure. And then the last question is, because I looked at some of the questions that you were asking, and a lot of them made sense and I thought were good. But the last question, I just have to believe that it can be very misleading for voters. And I don't have it in front of me, but it's basically your summary question, right, where you're saying, okay, now after everything you've heard, do you agree that we should put a bond measure together? And then the part that I believe is misleading is down at the bottom, where you say, that we're by levying 6% per $100 of assessed value. And I think that the average person, I think even the somewhat, numerically proficient person could be confused about that. It's very, very theoretical. And like I even had to go in and kind of do some research. And my estimate is, because everybody wants to look at it from a personal perspective. It's like, well, so, how's this going to affect me? And so I tried to investigate what is the average assessed value in Newark. And, roughly it's like somewhere between $650,000 and $700,000. And so the impact on average is, when you do the math, is I think it's about $420 that your property taxes would be increased. And so, like, it seems to me that if we had a more concrete statement like that, that would probably, or that voters would understand that better versus this very theoretical question. I'm just curious about your perspective on that.
Yeah, I think you hit on a really good point. And I would agree that the tax rate is difficult to figure out, whether it's 6 cents per hundred as we have here in the old days, meaning 5 years ago. The court sort of allowed us to do $60 per 100,000. Now they're leaning toward this methodology, which has always been the underlying tax rate. The bottom line in terms of a ballot question, what people actually see on their ballot, is this is state law. And what you're suggesting in doing the math for people is a good idea, but it relies on being able to communicate that separate of the ballot, because you can't put it on the ballot,
you're saying
no matter what you may want to do.
You're saying it's the law that you have to phrase it that way?
That's right.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a bad idea to, part of what needs to happen as we build toward 24 is we need to understand these numbers. We need to focus our plan on the things that are the voters' priorities, but we need to inform them about those. And that's not just waiting until the ballot shows up in their mail, but it is doing outreach between now and when the board puts it on the ballot in 24, doing a campaign afterwards to get out the word about what priorities we are in fact funding beyond the limited 75 words, to explain to them what it actually costs them. It's a variable cost too. So while you can talk about the average homeowner, you also need to talk to the seniors who are don't have the average assessed valuation, and their assessed valuation is much lower because they've owned their house for 20 or 30 years. And so when you're talking to seniors, you need to say it's maybe a quarter of what you just suggested, because different people have different assessed valuations. It's not market value, it's assessed value. So all of that becomes part of what needs to be communicated in a campaign. Probably we need some more time given the numbers where we are today. And that's, again, another reason for 24, because of all that work that needs to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. Okay, with that, I'd like to request a motion to approve the recommendation by staff for item 15.3.
I move to approve.
Sorry, could I just get clarification? So what we're saying is that we're not going to put up a bond measure for this election, but plan for 2024. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Member Zhang and seconded by Member Marquez. How do you vote, Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
I'm also a yes as well. 4 ayes on item 15.3. And I also like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. Make it a second.
I got a second?
Motion made by myself and seconded by Member Zhang. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes?
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Also a yes. 4 ayes on extending the meeting to 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godby.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. Okay, on to item 16.1, board member request, board policy 7310, naming of facilities. This was brought up by Member Zhang. Member Zhang, I will hand this over to you.
Yeah, I mean, given we have a looming new middle school, and I guess we will go through the school name change again, so I look into our current existing policy, and it looks like we do have some list of criteria that we want to follow. I just want to make it the order of preference clear and straight in our board policies. And that's why I said I added in order of preference. Number one, obvious, newer individual. Number two is individual, both living or not living in Newark. Third thing is location within Newark. That's what I modified. And I'm actually also open for board discussion to swap the preference for 2 and 3. So newer location will be the second preference, and individuals, statewide or national, will be the third preference. So that's the board policy change I proposed.
I'm sorry, President Nguyen, if I could just because we haven't done this style of board member requests in the past, just want to be clear about this agenda item. So I think it's open for discussion, and then and ultimately, if the board wants to direct the district to come back with some sort of change, then we bring it back the next time for a vote or for additional discussion. Just want to be clear about how this type of agenda item works.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Member Marquez?
Yes, thank you. In reviewing this document, I was concerned with number 3 where we strike instead of the geographic area and then striking and then adding location of historic significance within Newark, because I as far back as Newark history, right? Mayhew's Landing, we also are within the area of the Ohlone. So we need to make sure that we're all inclusive and that we're not being so specific that we're eliminating a recognition of groups or people that we should be identifying. So I just wanted to make sure that we brought that up. In striking geographic area, that would make a big difference.
Great, thank you. Member Hill?
I don't have any input on this.
Okay, great. As far as I'm not in particularly fond of having a following order of preference. I think that if we do that, we do limit some of our community voices. And then also I'm in agreement with Member Marquez that we should not strike out the geographical area and for location of historical significance within Newark. I don't think that it has to be within Newark. I think the geographical area of this whole area is really important to a lot of our families and community members. So with that said, I don't necessarily think that there is anything wrong with our current policy. And also, Member Grindell had reached out to me, and he also voiced concerns in regards to, he wants us to make sure that the community voice is maximized. And if we do bring this back, he will definitely he'll make his statement in terms of how he feels about the process. So, thank you.
I guess we'll bring it back
Jean?
when Member Grindell is back.
Okay.
And yeah.
So you're okay with us bringing this back?
Yes, and I just want to explain. Number 3, I particularly used locational historic significance within Newark because my principle here is very clear. Newark school should be named within Newark location, period. I'm not going to vote to rename a Newark school outside of Newark with a location.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Any other comments from other board members? No? Okay, we'll bring this item back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to consent agenda personnel item. We do have a public comment on item 17.4. With that, may I get approval to approve 17.2 and 17.3?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. May I get a second?
Seconded?
Motion made by Member Marquez, seconded by Member Zhang. How do you vote, Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. 4 ayes on approval of items 17.2 and 17.3. Item 17.4, personnel report. Sherry Villa, Ms. Sherry Villa, please come on up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. My comments are in regards to exit meetings for our certificated staff that are not returning to NUSD next year. But I've had quite a few of our members who are not returning to NUSD reach out to me and ask if they will have an exit meeting. 2 of them, 2 teachers that I have reached out to so far said yes, they have in fact been invited to an exit meeting. I have been able to get a hold of 12 more certificated staff that are not returning, and the responses that they were given were, we have too many, we're not going to be doing them this year, or we've decided not to do them at all. So if we can get some clarification on that, what I can tell our members. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will hand it over to Dr. Triplett.
Is there, since it's a consent agenda item, is there any, I guess?
Is there any questions or comments from the board? Member Zhang?
No questions.
Member Marquez?
None at this time.
Member Hill?
Yeah, so my comment, is on the personnel report. And as I've mentioned before, I really don't feel that we're taking the appropriate approach in terms of involving the board in key hiring decisions. And I want to reference our governance handbook. If you look at page 5, the member roles and responsibilities, in the second section, it talks about, it says the board establishes an effective and efficient structure for the school district by, and the first bullet point is selecting, hiring, and supporting the superintendent. But then the next part is in setting policy for hiring other personnel. And that's the part that I think that we've been losing sight of, is that literally every company that I've worked at or consulted with, of course, the board doesn't get involved in every hiring decision, but they have oversight over the processes, and they make sure that the policies are in place. They are oftentimes heavily involved in the establishing of the policies and confirming the processes, and then they are advised of, kind of the results. And we don't have any of that happening right now, and literally the board is completely blind. And so I have no idea who is sitting on these hiring committees. I don't know the processes that they're going through for recruiting. I don't know the candidates that are being considered. I don't know the selection criteria that are being used. And so in good conscience, as a board member, I can't vote to support and endorse a process that I don't have any visibility into. And so I really think that we need to change that, because per CSBA, and I don't know if this is the precise number, but the average tenure for, from what I heard from CSBA, the average tenure for a superintendent is 18 months, believe it or not, in California. And so I don't think that we can rely on, just the superintendent's decision-making in this process, because hiring decisions are long-term processes, and we need to have some oversight and also and much greater visibility before we start to sign off on hires. So that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill, but I disagree with your statement. Every time we have the personnel report, and if there is a hire in an administrative role, Ms. Catherine Ingham Waters has always stated the process in which how the selection process worked. And with that, I will hand that over to Dr. Triplett and staff.
Thank you, President Nguyen. So I think typically there's, we don't do any other additional presenting of the personnel report until the vote is cast, and then if approved, then we happy to welcome any of our new hires.
Yes, yes. May I get a motion to approve the personnel report?
Motion to approve.
I second.
Motion made by Member Marquez, seconded by Member Zhang. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
I'm a yes. 3 ayes and 1 no on the personnel report. Okay, with that.
Thank you very much. So I am really delighted. We have 3 of our new hired management staff here with us tonight. And first, I want to appreciate them for sticking with us throughout this long night. I know it's rather long. So I wanted to first start by introducing our now new principal of Newark Junior High School, Ms. Rochelle Pikowski. And Ms. Pikowski, if you want to come up to the podium there. So I'll just start by introducing her. Ms. Rochelle Pikowski, I wanted to introduce her to the Newark community as the new principal of Newark Junior High Middle School. Ms. Pikowski has over 30 years of experience in public and private education. She earned her bachelor's degree from Western New Mexico University and holds 2 master's degrees, curriculum and instruction from Chapman University and educational administration from National University. Rochelle is relocating to the Bay Area from Southern California, their loss, our gain, where she has most recently served as principal of a middle school in the Fillmore Unified School District. Ms. Pikowski's greatest strengths lies in her ability to work with and motivate people. She's enthusiastic and excited about the new challenges and to make a difference in education. Rochelle is an experienced, results-oriented leader, and we are so pleased to welcome her to the Newark team. And I can just to add a little bit there, I think she was both the stakeholder group of community members from that made up the group with Newark Junior High, as well as the district staff and the executive cabinet. We're so impressed with her and her responses and her what she brings to education. So please join me in welcoming her.
Thank you, everybody, and good evening. And it's with great excitement and humility that I accept this position of Newark Junior High School principal. I'm honored to be given this opportunity, and I promise to you to be diligent in continuing to move forward and add to the progressive and effective programs already established at Newark Unified School District. As I have served in both middle and high school, I do understand the value of a smooth articulation process in the United School District, and I'm confident I'll be able to support the initiatives already established and those yet to be imagined. Again, I am grateful, I'm humble, and I'm thankful for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you, Principal Pikowski. I just love saying that. I did. The next person I wanted to introduce is Ms. Heather Decker. Heather, if you could come forward. So we are really excited. This is, as you know, a new position, Coordinator of Access and Equity. And this is from the grant that the board approved, and then also approved the creation of this position. A much needed role that we are delighted to have Heather step into. Heather Decker is coming in as our Coordinator of Access and Equity for the 22-23 school year in support for the A through G completion grant NUSD received. With 17 years in education in the East Bay, she has spent the last 15 years doing academic intervention and high school counseling in Hayward, supporting students on their path towards graduation and their post-high school goals. Growing up in Fremont and spending a lot of time in Newark, she is excited to give back to the community she calls her hometown. Heather received a BA in psychology with a focus on adolescent development and performing arts, and a master's in educational counseling from San Jose State. And Heather is looking forward to working with the principals and school counselors across the district to improve A through G completion rates of high school seniors, to create career pathways with our local ROP and community colleges, and to ensure that every student, regardless of their background or previous educational journey, has access to their choice of higher education and career training programs after high school. And just one last thing, I would say that what I really appreciated, Heather, throughout the process is she was really interviewing us too, and she was doing her homework and really making sure that that this was the right place for her. And I feel so grateful and excited, and I know I speak for the whole team, that you've decided to come home to Newark, so to speak, and we really look forward to you joining the family.
Thank you so much, everyone, for inviting me to this meeting tonight and welcoming me into the Newark family. I'm excited to meet you all, get to know you all individually, and talk about what your goals and dreams are for this district. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves with enthusiasm and joy and get to work. So I will see you all very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Ramon Kuzi, if you could come, Dr. Ramon Kuzi, if you could come forward. So Dr. Kuzi earned his bachelor's degree from the University of California, Berkeley, his master's degree from Newark, that's the second time one of us has done that tonight, New York University, and his doctoral degree from University of California, Irvine. His dissertation found that teachers who use technology in their personal life increase their confidence in using the same technology in the classroom. He continues to apply his research to this day. Dr. Kuzi started his career just up the street as a teacher and a coach at James Logan High School. For almost 30 years, Dr. Kuzi has served as a high school teacher, a coach, an elementary, middle, and high school principal. He has had the opportunity to lead school sites out of program improvement and budget deficit spending. One of the highlights of his career was when he participated in World Servants to help build a school in the Dominican Republic. Dr. Kuzi returns to the Bay Area, where many of his family, colleagues, and friends reside. He is looking forward to continuing his hobbies of softball and curling, and I think he's looking out for the U.S. Olympic team with curling, during his spare time. So we are really excited for Dr. Kuzi to be joining us, and I can say when we first met, I was just struck by how warm and excited and just like effusive that you were in joining, and I think that's the kind of energy and clear like love for our kids and our community that we really strive to have. So we're delighted to have you join us.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. I just want to say thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here, and I get to be your interim coordinator for pupil services. This is very exciting for me, and it's an opportunity to come home. So thank you.
On to consent agenda items, non-personnel. May I get a motion to, Sure.
So, 18.1 or 12, 18.12.
Hold on one second. 18.12.
18, so 18.12, 18.13,
18.12, 18.13.
Actually, I don't, hold on. Yeah, it says 18.12, 18.13. One second. Actually, I don't need to pull the 18.13. So 18.12 and 18.15, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, may I get a motion to approve 18.2? We do have public comment. May I get a motion to approve 18.2, 18.3, 18.6, 18.10 through 18.22 minus without 18.12 and 18.15?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Make it a second.
I'll second that.
Okay. How do you vote, Member Zhang?
Yes?
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
And I'm also yes. Thank you. Would you like me to repeat that, Miss? Okay, thank you. You're awesome.
Yeah, sorry, President Nguyen. We do, because we do have principals on the line, if there's any SPSAs that are being pulled, and so just want to be clear about.
So we're pulling 18.4, 18.5, 18.7, 18.8, 18.9, 18.12, and 18.15. And the rest are approved. Okay, Ms. Parks, come on up. 18.4.
Good evening. A little background. When my kids were in school here, I found the school site council was a way to volunteer and have an impact on the programs offered at their school. Back then, there were more spending flexibility. It was still a very important role for those it is still a very important role for those individuals who participate in determining the best programs to support their school site. When I joined, there wasn't any training offered by the district, and many of the sites had councils that had incorrect composition. After a uniform complaint was filed, training was offered. However, council representation has still been a challenge. A SIPSA must be written and approved by a legally constituted school site council for it to be executed properly. The following language is from the school site council membership pages of each of the school plans for the student achievement before you this evening. California Education Code describes the required composition of a school site council. The SSC shall be composed of a principal and representatives of the teachers selected by teachers at the school site, other school personnel selected by other school personnel at the school site, parents of pupils attending the school selected by parents, and in the secondary, pupils selected by pupils attending the school. At the elementary school site, the school site council must be constituted to ensure parity between A, the principals, the school classroom teachers, and other school personnel, and B, the parents of the students attending or community members, and the classroom teachers must comprise a majority of persons representing in Area A. With that in mind, right now this is Coyote Hills. The council membership composition section is incorrect. The membership composition indicates 2 teachers and 5 parents, yet the names of the members selection indicates 3 teachers and 4 parents or community members. This council lacks a parent. This is not a properly constituted council. I respectfully request you table this item until the fall when a membership issue can be corrected.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
Yeah, I think we had similar problem last year when it comes to member composition, right? I think if it's possible, maybe can you look into the member composition issue? Because I remember it should be equal number of teachers versus equal number of parents for the.
Yeah, so we did review all of these for parity, and it's my understanding that all of them, that they did check out. Last year, we did not have any issues.
Yes, we do.
I think it
No,
was
it's
the
prior
year, it was the
years.
year before. We did not have any issues last year. So we're happy to, if that's the request of the board, then we can go back and review that for this item, 18.4. But we have reviewed it in the past, and my understanding was that there is parity in this.
And I would just like to confirm, we actually went back and did a double check as well for parity.
You want the pages?
So on page 50, where it says school site council membership, it says 1 school principal, 2 classroom teachers, 1 other school staff, and 5 parent or community members. So on here, and then down at the bottom, it lists the 1 principal, and it has 1, 2, 3 classroom
Yeah, so
teachers.
5 versus 4, I guess.
And 1, 2, 3, 4 community members. So that's the discrepancy that Ms. Parks is saying, is that we're missing a parent or community member, and we have an extra teacher that was identified, but not identified at the top.
Teachers are fine.
There's,
Teachers are majority.
So there's one, we're looking at, sorry, we're looking at Coyote Hills.
yes.
Yes.
My apologies. Let me
So
go
the
back.
numbers, what it is the numbers written above do not match what our information is
That's
not
correct.
communicating.
So like I said, if the board wishes for us to go back and review this again, we're happy to do that. It's my understanding that we did have parity, but we can go back and check.
Can I chime in just as a former principal?
Yes.
And I can't confirm, but I'm just thinking out loud because this has happened. The current makeup numbers is ideally the 10 members of the school site council. You will notice that there is parity. There's 4 staff members and 4 parent community members, and then the 1 principal. So I can't speak specifically, but I'm just brainstorming. I know at my site previously, we have had parity with classroom teachers, staff, and parents, but we just didn't have that many people part of school site council. It was a little less than 10, but there is parity between parents and classroom teachers and staff.
So I guess can you define parity so that there's clarity? Okay. Do you guys want to bring this back or have them to recheck or
Yeah,
have
well,
staff?
at least correct
It
that
needs-
number, right? I
The information
mean,
needs
instead
to
of
be.
saying 5 parents, we have 4 parents or like something.
That's correct. Okay, please, yes, Member Hill.
And I just want to make a comment, kind of independent of this issue, but if there's additional things you want to cover related to this part, I'm happy to let everybody continue, but I just had a kind of a larger comment about the SIPSs, so you tell me when it's appropriate to make that comment.
Do you have a clarifying question regarding the SIPSs or
No, it's a comment on this agenda item.
on the one in particular to Coyote Hills?
Yeah, but it applies to all of them.
Okay.
I mean, so in the interest of time, right, so I don't have to say it for every single one.
We're just going to pull this item
Okay.
to bring back.
For the purpose of it being pulled is we want to make sure that we are clarity. So what we have in writing above matches what it is that we're supposed to state as far as the parity below in the paragraph. So what we have in the boxes, so that everything matches, correct?
But, and my comment, it kind of is related to this, which is that I think that in many situations, we view these exercises as bureaucratic exercises, check the box, but I don't think we should. You know, and so everybody says SIPSA, but if we read the full name, it says School Plan for Student Achievement. And the thing that I was struck by when I looked at all of these SIPSas is that literally we said we don't have any data, and that we're referring back to California School Dashboard from 2019, 2020. And I understand that there were certain things that we couldn't measure from a state perspective, but I think that it's a cop-out to say that we ourselves can't measure this. And I just want to remind us, you know, remind the board, you know, again, this is from our governance handbook. When it talks about our core beliefs, it says our first responsibility is to provide all students with a quality education that challenges, enables them to achieve full potential. And if you go a couple of bullet points down, it says the governance team is responsible for setting goals, establishing expectations, measuring and maximizing academic delivery to students. And if you go and look at page 5, we further talk about the fact that we are regularly assessing the needs and baseline data. And so the fact that we're saying that we don't have any measurements for all of these schools for like a couple of years, I mean, we're failing in our core mission. And you know, everybody knows that I'm super big on measurement, but I really want us, and there's not anything that we can do about this at this point, but I want us to sharpen our pencils and I want us to focus next year on figuring out how we start measuring our student performance, our student outcome, because that is our core mission and that's our core responsibility as board members. So that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill. On to item 18.5, Ms. Parks.
The council membership composition section at the top is incorrect. The membership composition indicates 1 other staff and only 2 teachers.
Actually, I think we should vote on the previous item before.
No, we
moving on.
already pulled the other one.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we interrupted you, Ms. Parks.
That's okay. The names of the members on the list has 2 in the bottom section, lists 2 other staff members and 2 teachers. The teachers do not comprise a majority as required on the staff side. Jeff Rose's role as a parent is listed, or who is a parent, is listed as other staff. A teacher needs to be added to meet the teacher majority requirement on this staff side. This is not a properly constituted council. I respectfully request that you table this item until the fall when the membership issue can be corrected.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. We'll also pull item 18.5. 18.7, Ms. Parks.
The council membership composition section is incorrect. The membership composition and names of members indicates only 2 teachers and 4 parents. A teacher needs to be added to meet the teacher majority requirement on the staff side. And in order, once that happens, then a parent needs to be added to offset the additional teacher. This is not a properly constituted council. I respectfully request that you table this.
Thank you. We'll also pull item 18.7. On to item 18.8, Ms. Parks.
The SIPSA does not list any Title I money being allocated to the junior high. On page 55 of the plan, they are to list all other federal, state, and local funds. The other 5 Newark Unified sites receiving Title I money list the allocations and expenditures. The membership composition indicates 4 classroom teachers and 3 students, yet the list of members only shows 3 teachers and 2 students. That's my portion of it, and then I'll conclude. But Sherry Villa gave me a note as she walked out because she has her younger daughters at home by herself and didn't feel comfortable waiting until this hour of the evening. She wanted me to convey to you that as a member of that site council, that there was originally a quorum issue at the final meeting. They were able to recruit one of the members, so they did have 6 members that finally did attend the meeting. When they went to do a vote, there were only 3 yeses, there were 2 abstentions, and a no. So the documents cover page that says that it was approved on May, I think it says 18th, was not actually, did not get approved. It only had 3 yes votes, so it failed. Going along with what Ms. Villa cited and what I cited earlier, I respectfully request that you table this item until the fall, when the Title I allocation and expenditures can be added to the plan and it can be approved by the council.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. We will also pull item 18.8 and 18.9, Ms. Parks.
The council membership composition section is incorrect. The names of the members is missing 2 teachers and has too many other staffs listed. 2 teachers needed to be added to meet the teacher majority requirement on the staff side, and 1 other staff needs to be removed. I respectfully request that you table this item until the membership issue can be handled.
Thank you. We will also pull item 18.9. Okay, and then we will start with 18.12. Ms. Parks, did you still want to speak on that?
As you know, last fall, I questioned a lot of the special ed transportation issues. I did a PRA, and I got the Zoom contract because it had been renegotiated last year during COVID. And what Lucia Gutierrez supplied me with was a 3-year, one of the contract pages from the Zoom, and the what I had asked for, which was the purchase order. So for this year, what I have for Zoom, it was only going to be the purchase order said it was only going to be $215,000 for Zoom for this year. The contract that you approved for Hop Skip Drive was for $274,860,000. There's been a severe decline in enrollment, as we know, over the last several years, when the Zoom contract was negotiated, and that was based on participation. I know that there's been an increase in gas. But now to have before you a document that's almost $1.4 million for special ed transportation seems absolutely ridiculous. And I don't even know where to go from here other than to say that that is just outrageous. And I don't know what has changed. But that's the information that I had of what you paid for this year. I know in the past, it's ranged anywhere from 600 to 700, and the last full year of good before COVID, Zoom was about 800,000. So I'm just at a loss at how it could be almost 1.4. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Member Ho?
Yeah, so my request is along the same line. So the numbers don't seem to add up to me. So both from like the past, and then even if we just look at what we're saying is the present, and then the increase, I mean, it's a substantial increase. I don't know the percentage, but right, it looks like it's roughly about 40 or 50% increase, and it doesn't match up in terms of again, not only the past but also the future expectation around declining enrollment. So I'd like to request that we actually table this item and bring it back because, and then again invoking our governance handbook. On page 12, it says, the board will respect each trustee's right to request the board's action be deferred in instances where there is concern about the adequacy of information with which to make an informed decision. So I don't think we have enough. So what I'd really like to be able to see is not only past spending, but also try to match that up with how many kids we're actually using, because that should be the driver of these numbers. So I'd like to request that we table this and bring it back in a future meeting.
Dr. Triplett?
Yeah, yes, Ms. Dela Cruz is going to speak on this item.
Yeah, so for this year's expenses, we do have the Zoom contract, the hop, skip, drive, and we also have reimbursements to parents that provide transportation. And we've budgeted $860,000 for this year. And for next year, we're anticipating more students. And so what we're proposing and recommending here is awarding the contract to 2 different vendors, because we had a really hard time just having Zoom as our contractor, and with the additional vendor, we're able to split the services between elementary and secondary. So the last time that we went out to bid was about 3 years ago, and at that time, Zoom was able to give us a limit on what they could increase every year, but 3 years ago, since 3 years ago, the pricing has gone up, and I know this is a significant increase, but it's based on what we're projecting on the number of students that are going to need transportation. They'll only bill us for what we actually, or what services they actually provide. So this is kind of like the maximum amount that we could get billed based on the routes that we know today. And also there's some changes to how many students they could take per vehicle. So that would require more routes. And even with Zoom, I believe their sedan rate almost doubled. So the pricing has gone up significantly.
If it's okay if I add, I just want to remind everyone, there was quite a bit of work done to make sure that we do this early, towards the end of this year, in preparation for next year. At the beginning of this year, I don't know if you recall, but we had a lot of issues making sure that we could secure transportation. The drivers weren't out there. This was a nationwide shortage. We really wanted to make sure that we had that covered at the beginning of the year and did not sort of hit that crisis that we got to at the beginning of this academic year back in August and September. So I just want to also raise that up.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. And Ms. De La Cruz, it's written there in the background, but could you just review for us the bidding process and how that works?
Yeah, so this is part of a formal bid process where we did advertise and sent out the RFPs. We had a bid opening and a bid due date of May 9th. We received 5 proposals and interviewed the ones that came in with either the lowest rates or the ones that could provide the services that we were looking for.
Thank you. Board members.
So I guess this is the maximum we're going to pay, but just like every year, at the end of the budget year, there are some encumbered in the special ed, which will be credited back to our budget, right?
Yes, that's right.
Member Marquez.
Thank you. I want to chime as well, knowing that this is that limit, or that this is where we're going, but more importantly, it's the students that we're serving. We have to guarantee, we cannot put this burden on parents, if they're not knowing who or when their child's going to be picked up to get to school. So knowing that this is a budgeted item, we've already planned for it, and especially because the students are serving, I ask my fellow board members that we go ahead and make a motion.
Member Hill.
Yeah, so I agree, Member Marquez, with your point that we shouldn't have any kids stranded 100%. The only thing that I'm asking for, and again, I think that we have time, is I just want to see the math, right? So the details matter, and I want to be able to see, here's how many, because it basically should boil down to, dollars per kid trip, right? So we should be able to see some type of ratio, and so, but we don't see from the prior. Okay, and so, because the part that is not making sense to me is that this is a massive increase, right? And so I want to be able to understand what is going into that. And so I think that we should spend a little time, maybe you can provide us some additional detail so we can be comfortable in making sure that we've done the analysis and that we're not overpaying.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Marquez and Member Hall. I'm in agreement with Member Marquez. I'm ready to vote on this item. May I get a motion to approve?
So one last question. So, Ms. Delacruz, you mentioned the rate for Zoom, the transfer rate doubled compared to before the pandemic. Is that the major driver for the 60%, 70% increase on the transportation cost?
That's one of the factors. It's not the only factor.
So what could be the possible other factors that have this price tag?
Well, the number of students that we're estimating to provide the transportation and the number of increased vehicles that they're going to need because of how many they can transport per vehicle, that increase the number of routes that that's going to be needed. So you can see in the detail, we provided each of the vendors exactly what routes we needed, and that's what the pricing is based on.
Yeah.
So we do anticipate an increase on special ed students for the new year.
Yes.
That's, okay.
So what are the numbers going from?
It's on the bid sheet.
But does that show the price?
It gives you
So
the
I
per
guess
mile rate.
given we have general declining enrollment in the district, what is the major assumption we made that think we will have increased special ed students in the new year?
Well, part of the assumption here is that all of the students will require transportation. Some of them may be transported by their parents, but we're not going to assume that. We do have some parents that are transporting their students, is that correct? But in this assumption, we're assuming we're providing the transportation. So if parents decide to transport their own student, then that will be a deduction from the service that we need.
Yeah, but I still want to know, because we're making the assumption that the number of special ed students will actually increase in the new year, while generally the district is having declining enrollment. So where do we make that, where do we jump to? I mean, how do we reach that conclusion?
Students are they're assessing in. So they are, what's the word I'm looking for? We are seeing an increase in students that are eligible for IEPs, and they are qualifying. That's the word, thank you. They are qualifying for IEP services. A lot of that had to do with during COVID and distance learning. There was kind of a pause in new assessments because it was hard to determine, is the student struggling because they're at home, or is it because they're at school? And what we've seen is kind of a big increase this year, and we're anticipating that might continue into next year, and then hopefully we start to see a slow down towards the second half of next year. But that's just been a trend that we've seen all year.
Okay.
All right, are we ready to vote on this?
I move that we approve the contract for special ed transportation to Zoom and Power Transportation.
I second. Motion made by Member Zhang, seconded by myself. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
I'm a yes. 3 ayes and 1 no on item 18.12. On to 18.15. Member Hill?
Yeah, so again, this is similar to 1813. So again, I want to just remind the board in our governance handbook that the board will respect each trustee's right to request the board action be deferred in instances where there is concern about the adequacy of information in which to make an informed decision. So the concern that I have here, and I sent a message to Dr. Triplett about this, but I haven't gotten sufficient information to satisfy my my question. So I'm seeing, I mean, in this item we've got $110,000 request, but when you look through the purchase orders and the warrants, there's a whole bunch of other spending that's going into the Star Lab. And I asked, what's our budget And I was given a very vague answer that there's sort of this catch-all category. But every single program should have a budget, and that's what Ms. Dela Cruz had told us earlier. And so I'd like us to understand what the specific budget for the Star Lab is, and also understand what we've spent to date and what we have remaining before we make a decision on this item. So I request that we defer and have this brought back.
Ms. Dela Cruz?
Hello, okay. Yeah, so for the STAR Lab, we did set aside some funding in our fund balance under academic program improvements. And we had budgeted about $200,000 for this project. Plus, we also had funding in our LCAP for some STAR Lab expenditures. And it included stipends and some miscellaneous. I think we ordered some equipment, computers, and then now this is the biggest purchase. We probably have about maybe $50,000 left in the budget to spend, but we did set aside some funding to start the STAR Lab.
So again, I'm concerned with the imprecision. Because, and again, the details matter, right? In my opinion, great organizations always focus on the details. And I asked Dr. Triplett a very specific question, right? And I'm honoring President Wen's request that I ask questions in advance.
Thank you.
And so I asked a very specific question, and I said, for the Star Lab, we're approving $110K in Star Lab in the consent calendar. The LCAM really doesn't mention the budget for Star Lab. Where is this budget? And what I was told is there's a $500K assigned to academic program improvements such as Star Lab, right? So I was not given, so now you're telling me $200,000, like it's seeming really squishy to me. And so I'd like to be able to understand what specifically have we allocated and what have we spent to date. And it seems to me a fairly easy thing to put together, and if we could put that together and bring it in for the next meeting, then potentially we could approve it. But I can't approve it when, again, I don't have confidence that we've really, that we're managing it tightly. That's my concern.
And just to be clear, so you asked a question of me, and I responded. Your question wasn't what specifically have we spent and what to date, and what have we allocated. So if you have that question, that's fine, but that's not the question that you asked.
I said the budget, and you gave me a larger category, and now Ms. Dela Cruz has given me a smaller number, a different number.
No, she's saying that there is a $500,000 for academic improvement, but of that 200,000 has been budgeted for the Star Lab.
But that wasn't why was that not stated here? Right, so I asked.
She just stated it
no,
here.
but again, I am very concerned about this.
No, I'm glad that you're asking clarifying questions, and thank you for submitting the questions ahead of time, and you did get the reply, but now you're getting additional detailed reply from Ms. Dela Cruz, so.
So if I
believe your response to me was, Mark, thanks for your help. So if you had additional questions that you felt like weren't answered, I'm confused why you would thank me for my response.
So you just sent this to me this morning, okay? And when you sent it, I immediately replied and said, thank you for sending, okay? But, as everybody, we're in the middle of things, okay? I haven't had a chance to look at it. I went and looked at it, and it's not sufficient.
Okay, so I think you're making it out to the fact that somehow you asked a question and I didn't answer it.
Okay.
You requested a question yesterday. I responded this morning.
Yesterday morning at 7:30 in the morning.
Okay. I think we understand what the issue is, and there was clarification made by Ms. Dela Cruz. I'm ready to make a motion to approve this item. Make it a second.
I second it.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Motion made by myself and seconded by Member Zhang. Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
No.
I'm a yes. Motion passes with 3 ayes and 1 no for item 18.5. Okay, on to item 19.1, Board of Education recognitions and announcements. And I just wanted to remind everyone we only have 14 minutes left, so we got to wrap this up. So, Member Zhang?
Yes, so follow up from last week, there was this CPRA request on Member Hill's laptop during whatever certain board meetings. So I went back, I looked at some of whether there's a historic precedence. Apparently there's a San Jose City Council member that got the same request. And right after that, currently, President Nguyen, Member Gunnar, and myself, we got a much more comprehensive CPRA request on our own personal device across all technology platforms, literally from January to May. And we have to supply this information. So I guess the request on members' personal devices during the board meeting, that's just fair game. And I guess that's just the burden of being an elected official, because the request on my personal record is, the record on my on laptop, whatever phone, is from January to May, 5 months, more than 10 board meetings. So, but I guess that's just the burden of being an elected official. And on a light note, just happy Pride Month for everyone.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Member Marquez?
Thank you. First and foremost, I wanted to congratulate all of our graduates and the students that were promoted within the last week. It was extremely fun to attend as many of the graduations and promotions I was able to attend. I especially want to give a shout out to Principal Calderon for last Friday, 3 events in one day. Hosting the families, preparing, as well as her office staff and the teachers there. Kudos to you for the amount of work that went into your full day of activities, as well as the fact of just how intimate the actual graduation was, and the fact that you were able to turn it around and have the students go out and greet their families. I want to applaud you for that idea and for that tradition. And again, to all of our graduates and students who have been promoted at Newark Unified School District, congratulations.
Thank you, Member Marquez. Member Hill?
Yeah, I just want to thank all the teachers and students for all their hard work, and I'm sorry that I couldn't attend any of their graduations last week. I was involved in my own finals and graduation last week at my own school, but I want to wish everybody congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hill. And I'm going to be a little bit long-winded, so I apologize for this. But no, actually, I won't apologize for this because I think it's really good. Okay, so reflecting on this past school year, what can I say? I'm very proud of how the school year ended. We faced challenges with reopening to full in-person learning as COVID continues to reinvent itself. But administrators, teachers, staff, students, and families braced and prepared themselves for a roller coaster year. I know throughout the year there were times when we all wanted to give up, but if we had, we wouldn't have been able to improve our LCAP process, launch the STAR Academy and environmental literacy programs, approve new curriculum, expand SEAL and cost, expand DLI, find grants to hire an access and equity coordinator to champion and focus on improving A2G curriculum and strategies. Our students got to participate and leave for overnight trips to science camps, rocketry nationals, cheer nationals. Athletic teams got to participate in tournaments. Students were able to go on field trips and Disneyland grad night. We also were able to spend down all of the previous bond monies. There were many facilities improvement projects that we started and are finishing: HVAC replacement, solar energy, new paving and irrigation at the school sites and district office, to name a few. And we also refinanced the bonds to lower rates that will help save money for our taxpayers. These are only the things that I remember off the top of my head. I know that there were many more accomplishments that I left out. I want to especially acknowledge all the individuals who have stepped up and took on additional roles and responsibilities throughout the school year due to absences, vacancies, and inability to fill positions in the district, which is a nationwide issue. Your hard work, commitment, and dedication to the district and our students and their families has not gone unnoticed and is very much appreciated and respected. Thank you for rising to the occasion and helping us cross the finish line this year. I want to thank Superintendent Triplett and his team at the district office for their determination, hard work, and dedication to our teachers, staff, and students. They are committed to making positive changes and making improvements to our district, and for that, I'm grateful. Thank you, teachers, for giving your all and for not giving up on your students. Thank you for making a difference in the lives of struggling students and those that exceed your expectations. Thank you, staff, for supporting our teachers, students, and their families. Thank you for contacting families and informing them of COVID protocols, keeping classrooms and facilities clean, and making sure that they are fed well at breakfast and lunch. Thank you to our paraprofessionals and preschool teachers. You all have had to work tremendously hard, and we appreciate the support, love, and care that you give to our students and their families. Thank you all for continuing to not leave any student behind and for always remembering that our students can achieve great things when they have the confidence in themselves to be able to do so. In closing, I want to applaud our students on a wonderful year. You all made it to summer, and I hope you enjoy your time off and re-energize and prepare for next school year. For our seniors, congratulations on graduation. The sky's the limit, and best wishes to you on your new adventure, whether it be higher learning or a new career. Set your mind to it, work hard, work towards your goals, and accomplish it. Good luck. To our families, thank you for entrusting us with your child's education and for your continued support. Lastly, to all the parents, teachers, staff, and students who are involved in their school sites' PTAs or PTOs, thank you for the tremendous work that you do to provide support, additional fundraising, and events that make the school year special for our students. We appreciate you. And happy Pride Month. Thank you. That was long. Sorry about that. Okay. On to Board of Education Committee reports. Is there anything to report out from Mission Valley Regional?
No.
Is there anything from SELPA?
No.
Anything from EBIC? Is there anything from the Audit Committee?
No.
We had the bond survey results that were presented here tonight. And then there is no update on the Liaison Committee. So with that, next item, 19.3, Board of Education requests. Member Zhang, do you have any requests at this time?
Yeah, I got two requests. First one's kind of small. Just hope superintendent can include the enrollment update in your next superintendent report.
Okay.
In the next meeting. Because we're nearing the end of the enrollment period.
Okay. Do we have a majority of the board agreeing with that? Yes. Okay. Perfect.
Second one is, I guess it is very initial brainstorming request. It is with deep regret that I would want to ask superintendent whether we have any plan in the near future to implement active shooter drill on the elementary school side. Obviously, this is a very regrettable environment that we're living in. But obviously, superintendent, you can respond. Since statistically speaking, this is a pretty low probability event that you can respond saying we don't have plan for that. But just food for thought.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Member Zhen, and I appreciate the regrettability of bringing up this request. But yes, we have been in conversation with the police department this year about redoing the active shooter drill for this upcoming school year. So it is something that unfortunately we are going to have to do a refresher on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Marquez?
The only request that I had is that if there was any way that during the student registration process, if we are not doing so, I know that we did in the past at the school levels, where there was a questionnaire, a card that was included. If you remember that, Ms. Ingram, there was a card that was included for the parents asking them what they would like to participate in or be a part of. If we still have that tradition, if not, if we can make sure that we do include it so that we have parents and have the correct amount of parents, right, and community involvement when it comes to the LCAP committee, when it comes to site council, when it comes to PTO, when we, at the high school, when it comes to the boosters, right? Making sure that we reach out to the community. It doesn't have to be a parent, it can be a previous student or alumni that's participating to support our students so that we meet all our requirements within all of our community, within all of our committees.
I think that's a great idea. I'm in favor. Can we get?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand what this request is. So you're requesting that we have a card that is,
Whether it's the mailer like we used to get many, many years ago, we would get an interest card for parents when we enrolled our students, asking us, right, what we'd be interested in participating in. If we are not using that, can we go ahead and re-implement so that we can start reaching out early, especially during the registration process?
so sounds like the request is to look into what is our current way that we're doing that. Is that correct?
Soliciting, yeah. Soliciting parents.
Yes, soliciting
Parent participation.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a majority?
Yeah, there's a majority. Okay, Member Hill?
So given that we only have 5 minutes, so I prepared a statement, which I don't think I'll have time to read, but I will give you each person a copy of this.
So since we do have a board meeting next week, do you want to bring it back?
No.
I mean, we can get a statement. There's actually 3 minutes left because that clock is slow.
Yeah, I don't think there's time. So I'm going to give you the Reader's Digest summary. So so this is both a copy of my statement as well as, and you can provide a copy to Dr. Triplett. I'm presenting to the board that partly in my function as audit committee chairman, I've been doing some investigation, as you all know, around our procure-to-pay processes, and particularly how we've been handling independent contractor agreements. And I'm presenting evidence to you that it appears that Superintendent Triplett has been steering over $84,000 in no-bid independent contractor contracts to his personal friends. And it's a violation of a variety of government codes as well as case law. It's a very serious issue. You can read my statement. And obviously since I provided this to Dr. Triplett, this is now a public record and it's open for public inspection. And my request is that we as a board, and the next time that we meet as a board, we discuss this. You will have ample time to read these, not only my statement, but the evidence, and that we can discuss next steps. But I think potentially we need to bring in FICMAC, which is Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, to do a forensic audit of this situation because it's very serious. And given the seriousness of this issue, I've also escalated these concerns to our county superintendent, L.K. Monroe. So my request is that you read this and that we allocate time in our next meeting to discuss it.
I will read it over the weekend, and I'm not over before the next meeting, and I guess hopefully all the other board meetings can read it, and I guess you can make a similar request at the end of next board meeting once we all read it.
Okay, thank you. With that, item 20.1, Superintendent, concluding comments.
Just wanted to be clear on there was not a majority interested in revisiting this?
No.
Okay. Since it's 11 o'clock, I'm going to unfortunately say good night and thank you. I would love to do some more appreciations, but I just want to be conscious of the time. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, staff, for your incredibly hard work during this time.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I make it a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I second it.
Thank you. How do you vote, Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Marquez?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Yes, as well. Meeting adjourned at 11 o'clock.